Hi! What's up? Hope you're having a great weekend. I am. America with robnoerr show. Random Sunday call-in show. Now, I don't know that I'll be able to stream this evening because I got some real life stuff going on. So, I'll explain partially what that is in a second. So I thought, well, I took off yesterday. I had a pretty good stream Friday night. And someone donated and said, take your wife out to dinner. And I didn't do that. But I did take her out for a nice lunch. And then for dinner, we went to her mom's place. And then we went spotting for deer in the evening. It was a lot of fun. My son came with us. It was a blast. So that's where I was at last evening. Of course, for those that have never been spotting for deer, it has to be nighttime. So it has to be dark. So, oh shit. I forgot to monkey with YouTube and try to get these names turned off. There's a way to do it. I just don't know how. Anyways, we'll deal with it tomorrow or when I'm done streaming tonight. So that's where I was at yesterday evening. And then tonight, I might be doing some stuff to help my wife here around the house. She helped set up this Halloween party for my son's school. She's on the PTA, which is where you heard me talking. But I have been snipe hunting back when I was a younger man. So we're trying to get like some of that stuff cleaned up and get my son's Halloween stuff back together because I think we're going to go trick or treating up at a friend's house in their community here next weekend or the weekend after. Maybe the weekend after. So I did promise my wife. She's got some of this stuff I need to carry in from the house. And she said maybe it'd be nice if we just watch movies or something tonight. So I don't know. I might be streaming tonight. Maybe not. I don't know. So I figured, well, you know what I'll do? I'll do a random Sunday daytime stream. That could be fun. So got my fighting shirt on, my Dale Earnhardt. Raise hell, praise Dale. I was never super into NASCAR, if I'm honest. But I certainly were around people that were. And it was on in the background enough, like back in the 90s. I knew a bunch of the drivers. I couldn't tell you anyone now. I'm sure there might be one or two drivers from back when I was aware of. I think Jeff Gordon retired. I remember him. Tony Stewart used to drive the Home Depot car. I remember that. But no, I'm not too worried about the panelverse. Did I see Sarah's response from her stream last night? I saw someone put it on. I don't know if I saw it on one of the Discord channels I was on or something. To be quite fair, I don't particularly think what she said in that was that bad, if I'm totally honest. What do people expect her to say? Like, she's going to have a little self-respect and not fucking grovel, which is good. And, what do you expect her to say? I'm fucked? I don't think she's going to say that. I think she's going to say, I don't need them. I feel free. I don't think she believes that, but that's okay. So I don't really care as far as the drama is concerned. I know that what happens is when there's members of that community that feel that they've been disrespected, they're going to take it out on me and troll me. I don't much. There's Modern Men. There's one of the guys that was trolling me. Becomes a member. Thanks so much for trolling me with your money. But I don't really care. It doesn't bother me. I stress again, she said, I owe nobody my loyalty. That's fine. She can say that. And Andrew has the right to be like, then if you're not going to be loyal to us, I don't want to work with you. That's fine too. Listen, there are three parts to this story. There's Sarah, there's me, and there's Andrew. I 100%, Andrew is my friend, 100% have his back no matter what he would decide to do whatsoever. If Andrew calls me tomorrow and says, Rob is a friend, I really need you to be able to professionally work with Sarah, I'd say, okay. I'm not going to apologize to Sarah. That would be too far. I would say, no, I'm not going to do that. But I'll bow out if that's what it requires. And that's the same thing I told Sarah when she told me that I should apologize to RTP. I didn't do anything to RTP, and I told her, no hard feelings. If I can't work, if you don't want to have me on the show anymore, perfectly reasonable. If that pissed her off, I'm sorry, but she could have been like, hey, man, for me, of course, I can't force you to apologize, but that was a bridge too far. I don't want you on the show anymore. And I would have been like, okay. And then if we would have had to work together and things like DebateCon or something like that, I would have been professional and been like, how's it going, Sarah? No problem. So I don't know. I didn't consume much of Sarah's content this week. Or in a sense, the other night. I saw when she was on Dusty's thing, felt she was yucking it up with them as they were sending trolls over to me. She was telling me about the awesome power of the panelverse, which is pretty intimidating, right?
I think he doesn't know the power of the panelverse.
Oh shit! Not the panelverse! Oh no! Not the fucking panelverse! Beware the panelverse! He doesn't run afoul of the panelverse! Who could know the great Sarah Tomato? The power she wields, the power of the panelverse. And that's it, Someone publicly said some shit. I publicly made fun of her for 3 hours. That's it. That's my contribution to it. There are things behind the scenes that may never come out, and that's perfectly fine. I don't care. And none of it's about me being butthurt or anything like that. When you have business opportunities and you're supposed to be working together as a team, it's okay to talk shit on each other behind the team. It's also okay to be like, if Sarah was saying shit like, I don't think Rob's a good debater. No, that's fine. I wouldn't have minded. I'd have been like, fuck her, she's wrong. I don't particularly think she's a good moderator. That'd have been it. She went on a place with a bunch of trolls that were sending people over trolling me. Talked about how I fucked with her and because I criticized moderating. Okay. I'll play you the criticism of the moderation. And she was over there while they were trolling me, which I didn't even think the trolls were that bad. Said, oh, that's what you get. You shouldn't mess with the power of the panelverse. So I just thought, okay, if you're going to say it publicly, and I had people say, hey, did you see that they're all those people that were calling in to use they're on a show over in Dusty's. As I was going to bed, I saw it and just sort of laughed. Was like, okay, that's it. That's all that it was. And I called the shit out. That's it. Would I do a 1v1 with tomfoolery? Sure, I wouldn't mind. Anyways, we'll start off. Super chats. Thanks so much, Naughty Germ. $5. Appreciate it. Modern Men, even though you were trolling the other night, thanks for the money. I appreciate it. An Airborne Animal. Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate you becoming a member. She's a better moderator than Wick. Yeah. So, call-in show, we can talk about what people want now. I'm only going to humor the fucking this shit another day or two, and then I'm done with it. I just don't, to me, it's not that big of a deal to me. There's a lot going on. So we have a bunch of shit from the No King stuff that occurred yesterday that I think are funny to talk about. Turns out that the size of the protest weren't as big as I think people initially thought they would be. And I think you had MSNBC that was putting out, which seems to be inaccurate pictures of the protest in order to make it seem like it was bigger. Then you had, of course, in Portland and in Chicago, shit got violent again. So, but if people want to talk about the drama shit, that's fine. I will leave it up to you all. I got clips from the No Kings rally that we could talk about. Also, worth talking about that we are a few weeks out from an election, which I think is going to be very important, at least here in Pennsylvania. Look at this. My man that called in troll me says, I spent 4 hours at a No Kings protest and did the drama. Now that's multitasking. There was no Kings rally where I was. I did take my wife out to dinner and I saw a bunch of witches. How about that? But it turns out the little town we were in, it's called like the Witches Wine Walk. I didn't know this until we sat down and started eating. And we're like looking out the window. It's like we're sitting at a table where there's like a window and you're looking out onto Main Street. And everybody's dressed like a witch. And I was like, well, it must be a Halloween party, but everybody's dressed up as the same thing. And my wife's like, nah, you goober. Probably a reason they're all dressed up like witches. So then I asked our server, and they were like, yeah, it's a Witches Wine Walk. So the little town, they have everybody dresses up like witches, and then there's like a local winery, and they brought in a couple other wineries, and they had little booths set up. We did not participate in the wine drinking. Yeah, Grid, you were at TwitchCon. That's another good story. Like, there's all kinds of crazy shit going on at TwitchCon. This one lady was like assaulted. Oh, is this? Look at this. Wait a second. Is this a fat joke? What? Didn't you eat? No, I did eat. That's why we went out for lunch. We did eat. I successfully completed the mission. I did it. I ate while I was out there. Oh, look at that. Thank you, Mr. Troll, sir, for the 5 subs. I appreciate it. I really do. Emaru was the name of this woman that was assaulted. I will try to find the video of that. I saw it earlier today, but I didn't save it, so I'll see if oh, maybe he meant what did I have to eat? You know what I had? I had something different. So I've been at this place before. It's like a brewery, but they have like their own pizza oven there. And then I usually get either they have like a pot roast sandwich or a Cuban sandwich. That's what I usually get. But I got this crazy pizza, and it was like a Hawaiian pizza. So everyone's gonna yell because it had pineapple on it. I don't give a shit. No, I meant what didn't you eat? Oh, what didn't I eat? Well, the Cuban sandwich and the pot roast sandwich. Nonetheless, I had this pizza. It's barbecue sauce instead of pizza sauce. And then it had jalapenos, a honey mustard sauce. I don't know what kind of cheese it was. And then ham and pineapple. And it was okay. I enjoyed one slice. And then it was like, I don't know. It was just, it's one of those things that would be good as like a little appetizer. But like regular pizza's good because it's got it, not a pizza. Let's go Mets. Yeah, whatever. Fuck you. Yeah, so I had the jalapenos with it. So I ate one slice and then I was like, yeah. But I also had some spinach artichoke dip for an appetizer, so I was all right. So I will put the call out there so you guys can talk about whatever you like. That's the wrong button. Any topic as far as its terms of service on the table. I'll even let you call in and bitch about me if you think that I'm a big meanie crybaby or whatever. Only thing is, don't just blatantly lie about what I said when I asked for receipts. Just be a bullshitter or constantly filibuster and cut me off spurging. Other than that, and as long as it's with terms of service, I don't give a shit. Sounds good to me. So I will put the link there and then I'll pin it to the top of the show. Your job, kind folks, even though it's a super secret weekend stream, message or the invite should be pinned to the top, will be to try to get those super chats sent in that we would mucho. Can you unblock me? Oh, probably not, Modern Man. If you got blocked for trolling the other night, then you're probably blocked. Womp womp. Sorry. All right. We got one caller in. So just a reminder, everyone, we do follow terms of service. We don't call any calls of violence. We don't use racial slurs, homophobic slurs, those stuff. Zero tolerance on any of that in the chat or on the calls. Other than that, I don't know how long we plan to go today. Maybe 2 hours. So the earlier you get in to call, probably the more time you'll get. If I'm leaving in 15 minutes and there's 9 calls left, you're probably not going to get as much time as the people that call in. Yeah, the Pillsbury troll guy. Now he's begging to be unblocked. Good stuff. So, all right. First up, we got Grid, who is at TwitchCon. We'll see how that went. What's up, Grid? How you doing?
Hey, man. How are you? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, fine. Are you still out there at TwitchCon?
No, I've left TwitchCon. I'm headed north. As you can hear, I'm driving up north right now to the whatever studio. I'm going to hang with Ryan today, and then I'm going to fly back in the morning.
I got you. Cool. How was your experience?
I mean, honestly, TwitchCon was different for me because I'm a responsible human and I got up on time and stuff like that. And my entire group were a bunch of degenerates that were out drinking all night and partying. So I spent most of my early time at the con. I would go to like the tech booths, and I've learned a lot about some of the Stream Deck software and things like that. Because the guys were there, and they're really helpful, especially when somebody like asks an intelligent question. So that was awesome. And then once
I was going to say, did your group manage not to assault any female streamers? Were you able to accomplish?
Well, actually, that was my job. Honestly, once my group got there, my job was to prevent the e-girls that were with our group from being assaulted, because I have that personality and
right. Well, it's a weird thing.
And yes,
listen, I'm not. Sorry to cut you off.
And it was a security guy, by the way, that assated that girl. It was another streamer's security that assaulted that chick.
I'll show, if you don't mind. I'll show the.
Yeah, go right ahead, man. Go ahead.
It's only 10 seconds, but this I don't know this one. Her name's Amiru.
That's why it's Imaru, yeah. And the reason he is where he is, I believe that was in the meet and greet. And it was pretty corded off, and it was like, one guy at a time. And so another streamer had his security there as well, and that's the guy that goes up and plants one on her. And,
is this
and he gets pushed away.
I assume she's doing a meet and greet. She's a pretty big streamer. I'd never heard of her.
I think so. Yeah. I didn't know any of these. Dude, I met XQC, which is like the biggest streamer in the world. I didn't know who the fuck he was. And I told him that. I'm like, I don't know who you are. But everybody in my group knew who he was.
Yeah, I've seen clips of him.
Yeah.
But no, a little background in here. Now, this is just one side of the story. I'm just telling you what I read. I had read that there was some controversy about some people bringing their own security in. And so,
well, all right. So last year, Imaru and some others were told by TwitchCon that no one liked the fact that they had their own security and their security was like too obvious and a little bit pushy, and they wouldn't let people get close to these people and things like that. And I think maybe some people felt assaulted by private security last year. So the security this year is, I think they could still have private security, but they weren't supposed to be obvious. They were, it's supposed to be like a much more toned down sort of thing. And so very few people that I saw had any kind of security at all.
Bloodlogo
As a
says,
matter of
who
fact,
cares
security
about
was a fucking joke.
He says,
by
who
the way.
cares about e-girl streamers? Well, it's not that. This is the story. So, in other words, she feels that she wasn't allowed to have her own security, so they're relying on other security, and then this happens.
Yeah.
Whoa. And you can see he pulls something out there, which...
Yeah.
Now, listen.
I'm going to... Look.
If you watch this
Rob.
in slow-mo again, real quick, like, you can't do this. Like, and I'm not saying... Like, this isn't... I mean... This is a diminutive woman. I don't know shit about her. Maybe she's sort of a streamer that's provocative and, like, is sexual in nature. I don't know that. I don't know anything about this girl.
I don't either.
I
don't know who she is.
Whatever that is, whatever the case may be, this guy's pretty big. He comes up to her and is aggressive and tries to, like, make out with her. You can't do that shit. You can't do that. And then the security guy who isn't close enough has to run and shove him. And then if you watch here, we're going to put this on slow-mo. He's still aggressive, and it looks like he's pulling something out here.
Yeah, I don't. So the security was really bad, Rob.
Just wait 1 second.
Yeah.
Right here. See?
Yeah.
Now, I think it's just a pen. But the point I'm trying to make here is, like, he's lucky he didn't get shot. Like, you can't go up to a public person like that, try to make out with them.
Right.
And then when security moves you away, reach down and pull something out like that, he's actually lucky that they didn't take that as a threat. Like, oh my gosh, is he pulling out a knife? Is he pulling out a weapon? And I'm not trying to shit on anyone who goes to TwitchCon. And I'm not trying to shit on anyone who watches any sort of streamer. You want to watch fucking e-girls play video games or whatever? Whatever. But I am going to say this. That's probably going to attract a portion of an audience that's got some, like, maladjusted social behaviors. And
Rob,
you have to make sure that you have fucking adequate security, because you're going to get people that might have an axe to grind or might be stalkers. And I was reading this guy, I think his name is Nux. Do you know who he is? He's a VTuber. Apparently he's a bigger VTuber. And I'll read you here. I'll read you what he said, because I think he's for whatever reason, I don't know if he's like on Team Destiny or if he's just someone. I've noticed this guy before because people will send me his clips because he bitches about Twitch a lot. So he says this, and I'll just read this for you real quick, and then I promise I'll leave you go. He says, it's 100 times worse than you think. Imuro, a very popular female streamer on Twitch, was obligated against her own will to do a meet and greet for Twitch if she wanted to keep her show. Imuro's primary bodyguard was banned from the event because in the past, he did his job and stopped someone from harming her. Imuro, during said meet and greet without her primary security guard, was sexually assaulted by a man, I guess, that walked through multiple lines illegally without getting stopped. She stated on Twitch originally they wanted to give this guy a 30-day ban, equivalent to what Tectone got for calling a fat ass fat. Aside from the gross negligence that Twitch allowed this to happen, they also lied about taking measures after the fact, and as their videos are revealing, the assaulter just managed to walk away. Last year's TwitchCon included an on-camera sexual assault, a streamer breaking her back, jumping into a foam pit, and an Arab to Jew racial tier list. Since then, there have been multiple instances of female streamers getting stalked, and 1 week ago, one got murdered by a stalker in Korea. We have people on Twitch calling for murders of senators, fellow streamers, or generic right-wing people, and it has become commonplace and goes without punishment. In the wake of Kirk's assassination, they did nothing to prevent someone from walking up and physically attacking a streamer. To put this in simple terms, Twitch created the ideal circumstances for a terrorist to walk up to a streamer they don't like and murder them. I mean, I don't know about the rest of those stories, but if these are problems that, go ahead.
Well, let me give you some context, Rob. I walked in to get my creds, and I had my 3.5-inch blade Damascus folding knife on me, and I thought I was going to get stopped and have to check it or something, but no, I walked right fucking through, and they didn't stop me. They didn't search me. I walked right through the metal detectors, no alarm, no nothing. they were checking bags, but I walked straight through with a pretty badass knife. It's packed now, so I can't show it to you. But anybody could have done that. Again, my primary job became basically ensuring the safety of the e-girls that were with us, and keeping people from bothering them. And dudes are pretty aggressive no matter what anyway. And and these girls are nice. They're pleasant to be around. And
well, it wouldn't matter if they were or weren't, to be honest. But I see your point. I know why you're saying it, because you were there helping, right? So I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, listen, here's the thing. Right?
But I mean, hold on. Let me finish this last thing. So yesterday I was getting ready to leave, right? Like I was like, I'm done with the con. I don't really need to. And it was early. I wasn't going to the block party. I was going to go back to my hotel. I didn't know if I was going to stream or not, but I was like, you know what? I'm done for the day. I'm getting ready to leave. And one of the girls she's a bigger streamer. She's a Twitch partner. And so she's like, hey, don't leave. The other girls echoed that, so I stayed a little longer. And then as I was getting up to go, she's like, "Would you please walk down with me to get my creds for the block party, and meet the rest of the group?" And I'm like, "Yeah, absolutely." And so we all went together again, because it's crazy, the environment that they have fostered, right? Like they have absolutely Twitch is first of all, Twitch is a bunch of degenerates any fucking way. Like it's all degeneracy, man.
Right.
And so I'm shocked. I tell you, I am shocked. I would not be shocked if 20 people came forward and said that they were in some way molested or assaulted at TwitchCon. It would not shock me even the least bit.
I think that the environment that just you can see publicly, and the little slice of Twitch that I see with Hassan, or with, now listen, this as well as I do. I'm a small presence on Twitch, always have been, but I'm much smaller now. I have 6 people watching right now. I used to have 30 or 40 people watching on Twitch. Twitch used to be where most of the debate panels and the debate stuff was going on that I was participating in. Back then, like, you had all of these people, I'll call some names out, people like Keffels, that was like, seemed to have the ear of the top people at Twitch, that was, getting people banned for use of improper pronouns. Keffels is out there publicly bragging about sending people hormone blockers and shit and drugs like that, which is illegal. And like, all of this is done with basically nary a thought by the people running Twitch. You see what they let Hassan get away with. And it does reek of just what you can see publicly, the people, the personas, like, it appears to be like fucking degeneracy. And so is it any wonder that when you get these people in person, that you're going to experience some of this? Now, I'd heard things in the past that there was crazy shit that went on at these places like TwitchCon. I'd never been there. Again, I'm not trying to throw people under the bus, and this is all alleged, but the last time I talked about this was, I have one friend that does like, he works on games. I don't know what he does exactly, but I think he's in the testing process, whatever that position's called.
Sure.
And he follows a lot of these bigger streamers that play games, and he knew of this guy, Dr. Disrespect, who I vaguely knew. And then he was like talking to me in real life about like, yeah, this dude had like a family and he's trying to meet up with chicks at TwitchCon. And I was like, what the fuck? TwitchCon's like he's like, oh yeah, man, people be there like doing all kinds of crazy shit. It's like this big party and like all this like degeneracy going on and shit like that. But that's basically all I knew about it. And then I knew you were going, but I know enough about you to know you're not going there to get blackout drunk and shit. You don't drink, right? So,
yeah.
But
I was the responsible human. Yeah, I was the responsible human that kind of shepherded these people and kind of protected them to some degree from themselves. Now, in the evenings they went together as a group, so it was much better in the evenings than but it was easy to get separated off when you were in the con itself. And so that's kind of where my
and let me be clear, there's nothing wrong with guys getting together and going out for beers and shit. That's fine.
Yeah.
Right? But all I'm saying is, listen, this is going to sound fucking like, I'm just calling it. I don't have to fucking couch.
Yeah, just call it what it is, man.
you get a bunch of chicks that are scantily clothed on stream, and then you get people that are showing up that are a bunch of fucking degenerate virgins to meet them, and they're going to do degenerate virgin shit. There. You got to be prepared for that. You got to know that there's going to be fucking a need for security because you don't know what these weird fuckers are going to do.
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
that's it. And, like, I'm sorry, that's the way it is. It's the way it is in any community. But when you're talking about Twitch, and Twitch could bullshit all they want, there is clearly a bunch of particular female streamers that are basically selling sex on the platform. And when you have a big convention, they know what they're doing. They know where their bread's buttered. They know there's a bunch of, people that are showing up to, like, drool over these girls. And so you got to keep those girls safe. It doesn't matter what I think of what they do on stream. And nor am I saying this Imaru girl does that. I don't fucking know. I've never heard of her. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these girls are just gamers at game. Yeah, I mean, a lot of these girls are just gamers at game in costume or whatever, and they're not really. I mean, they're degenerate for sure in their personal lives, but maybe not as much on stream, or maybe somewhat on stream or whatever. That's fine. I don't know enough about Imaru to comment. What I do know is that there are a bunch of predatory dudes there, and I mean, I can't tell you how many times that while I was shepherding, wrangling these e-girls around, some dude would try and like separate her from the herd, so to speak, and I'd be like, no, we got to go over here, and make sure that these dudes knew that, hey, we're watching, right? We're watching.
What is this guy saying? What? Someone's accusing me of what?
Someone's accusing you of what, Rob?
I don't know. It appears as if someone's. Oh, they're accusing Nux of not me. I don't know much about Nux. I don't know. I'm sorry. I was going to say, no, by no means am I. Listen, I don't run these streams. I don't think we should have pornography at this point online. That's neither here nor there. These companies can do what they want. I don't give a fuck. If Twitch wants to allow chicks in hot tub streams, I don't give a shit. It's not my deal. I'm just saying, if you're going to do that, you have to know, if you have a meet and greet, the type of people you're going to bring on. And listen, even aside,
and you need to plan for it. You need to plan for it. You need to have security there. Yeah, 100%. Right.
So I don't know, but are you going to be on whatever, or are you just going to hang out with Brian?
I'm right now. I think I'm just going to kind of hang out behind the scenes. I don't know if I'm actually going to get in front of a camera or anything tonight. Okay. I don't. I mean, it's not really the reason I'm going. So it's cool if I do. It's cool if I don't. Whatever.
How's the debate con preparations going?
Man, it so far it's really good. I've got and I need to talk to you about it. I've been so bad about calling people and shit like that. I need to get on the ball, but. I need to talk with you and some other people about what's going on, especially now that the thing with Sarah happened, that debacle, which is still ongoing, I guess. I've got.
Listen, I appreciate Andrew standing behind me. I do. I will say this though, and I think you know this enough about me. If I would have showed up and you would have asked me to help, and the Crucibles asked me to help, and Sarah's part of their asking help, I have no problem. I could be professional. Obviously, as
absolutely.
It is, if she's not going to be part of it, that's fine. I assume people are going to pick up the slack on the areas.
Yeah, none of this matters to me at all.
Right.
None of this matters.
With to me what you're doing, I think you're doing something separate, but it's still going to be, not still. I say still going to be like it's going to be a problem. It's not going to be a problem whatsoever. It's going to be a great show, and I'm hoping people come.
Yeah,
it's going to be a great
The big thing is right now, I'm trying to get Enemy Charlie there. I want Enemy Charlie to debate either you or Fabian Liberty in person. I think that would be a great matchup.
I don't know if I know her. That she's a girl, right? Am I right?
Yeah. Enemy Charlie's the girl. Andrew's debated her a couple of times.
Yeah, I thought I saw that at one point.
But
whatever.
We talked to her.
Also, my thing is also like I could fill in for anyone. I mean, even if they would need me, hypothetically, as absurd as this is, and as long as people didn't think it was blasphemous, even if one of the religious debates I would have to impromptu fill in,
Yeah.
You know, I would have to make it clear, though, and beg the audience forgiveness that I would not be arguing from a perspective of being like, if I have to argue for the sake of Judaism, for example, I would make it
Yeah.
clear, like, I'm going to be a poor representation, but
Well,
I'm going to try to, you get what I'm saying. Religion
I'm
debates
not.
are a little
I
different,
don't have.
but, you know,
Yeah, I don't really have anything to do with
right, with James's thing, yeah.
with James's gig. You know, I mean, I was kind of trying to help him with that, but he went his direction, and that's totally cool. But what I'm doing for mine is like we've got a lot of really good debaters coming in, but most of them agree with each other. And so it's you know, I'm certain that I can get like I could get you and Jake Barr to debate something, and that would be a cool debate. But to have someone like Enemy Charlie come out in person, I would like that. I think that'd be a really great debate. We had talked about getting Soy Pill out there. I don't think honestly, I don't think that he is going to be a good fit. I just don't know.
I won't debate Soy Pill, so that's a
yeah. I knew that you would. Yeah, for sure. But you know, so it's. I think we're pretty good if we can get Enemy Charlie out there. She's having some. I guess she just moved and just did a bunch of stuff, and she's kind of in a state of flux. And was like, hey, if I do it, I'm going to need a little bit of help logistically to make it happen. So we're looking into that. I've got some other details to iron out, but on my end, I'm pretty tight. You know,
Good.
Now my big problem is that, and it's interesting. We're going to dovetail with security here. So at my event, I have two recent soft retirees, special operations forces retirees.
Yeah.
I believe they're retired fifth group. I don't know because a lot of that stuff they can't talk about specifically.
Sure.
I believe they're
right.
fifth. Yeah, I believe they're fifth group. And at any rate, I've got two of those guys that are set to be the main security. They will be the visibly armed security. And there will be probably two other basically hidden security or
well, yeah, don't say much about
discreet,
it, but the point is there will be adequate security there. Yes.
There's going to be security there. And one of the things that we're going back and forth on is wanding everybody coming in. That was something Sarah really kind of wanted to do, and I feel uncomfortable about doing because, you know, it's a, you know, we're in a state where people carry knives and that sort of thing. And, you know, I mean, I certainly,
I can't stress enough. Probably don't want to talk too much about the security, like anything like that, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yes, there will be adequate security there.
Yeah, there's going to be adequate security, and it's a, you know, I just, and I've had people reach out to me and say, hey, since it's dust up with Sarah, you know, are people that kind of, you know, like Flow State, for example, he did not reach out to me, but someone asked about, you know, is Flow State still welcome? And I'm like, yeah, absolutely. Why would he not be?
Yeah,
like,
I don't think I can't stress this enough. I don't think that everything that was said is just basically online drama bullshit. It's not like anyone in any end of this make threats to people. Right. So like it would be different if people were making like physical threats, you know, but I don't think there's anything like that.
I think, you know, I think everybody's still welcome that was originally welcome. I honestly don't have anybody that I do not want to show up. I even told
well,
Ryan
that's not true. That's not true. There, you know, you don't want like some crazy maniacal, you know.
Oh yeah. Well, we couldn't have like
I know what
we
you're
couldn't
saying,
have the
like
Furby. Yeah,
I don't know. I'm just joking around. Anyone in the streaming community, I think what you're saying is pretty much.
Yeah, I think that we can vet people well. But I mean, like Ryan, the Radical Coper, the other day was like, Grid doesn't want me to come to his event. I'm like, I don't care if I could come on to the event. I don't care. Show up. You're going to get made fun of. I mean, you better have really thick skin because you know you're not going to be able to just you know hide from the amount of abuse that you're likely to get. But you know, I don't care. I don't think anybody else cares. Right?
No, like I personally, it's not my event anyway, so it wouldn't matter if I didn't like it. I would leave. But the point is, Right. The point is,
Or you-
like, no, I don't think anyone cares that people are coming that people dislike or anything like that.
Yeah.
That's completely
Yeah, I
different.
think-
And I will say to all the people that came on trolling me, no one went over the line. No one threatened physical. Insults are one thing, but you
Yeah.
know, no one said shit about anyone's family or I mean,
Yeah.
Connor did threaten to beat my ass the last time I was on Sarah's panel with
Yeah.
him, but I
Connor
didn't
won't
much
come.
fun. Yeah,
Connor doesn't have the stones.
Right.
He don't have the stones to
Now,
show
don't
up.
say that. Now that means he's allowed to beat your ass if you call him a coward. That's his rule, you know. So,
Well,
so be
I mean,
careful.
he can certainly try. He can certainly try.
But
I look fat and old, but I'm, I mean, that's the most dangerous people are the people that look fat and
yes,
old.
right. So, well, hey, I'll get you out of your grid. I hope,
Yeah,
I
man.
hope you have a good time hanging out on whatever.
Yeah, I'm
there
just
tonight.
driving along, so I have a great stream, Rob. And again, I do owe you at least one phone call, and I will get to
give me
it.
a ring
I promise.
anytime, man.
Yeah, I'll do it. But you have a great rest of your
And
show,
be
and
safe
I'll be listening as I drive.
Yeah, be safe getting back too. All right, man. We'll see you.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
Oh,
Always.
yeah. Also, you
Thank
can't
brother.
get hurt or anything. We have a debate lined up from 9 days from now, so you gotta.
Yeah.
Real
We
quick,
gotta
you're
talk
okay.
with it.
You're with me. You're okay with the change in topic. I don't give a fuck. The new
Yeah.
topic
No, I
sounds fine.
don't really give a shit what the topic is.
Just to let the audience know, the original topic was going to be, I think, have to do with ICE deportations, correct? Yeah. And now the topic's going to just be a general.
Well, the original topic was the left being more violent, and then he was like, "That's been done too much. Let's do something about is ICE breaking the Constitution with the wearing masks and deportations, and then that's deemed too risque, I guess, right word. And so now I don't know what the topic is now. So
the topic's just, are we better with Trump having won than Kamala? It's fine.
Right. Yeah,
that'll be fine. We could still talk about everything we want there, so no problem.
Yeah.
All right, man. I will let you go. I appreciate it, man. You be safe.
Man. Absolutely. We'll talk to you real soon.
Yep. We'll see you. All right. Super chats. Kokomo, thanks so much. $10 says Norpack. Thank you so much. Mr. Hongwelo says keep up the great work for $20. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. James, for another $20, says, I went to a No Kings rally in Wisconsin. A few hundred people, mostly older boomers. Seemed like most of the images I saw were older boomers. White older boomers, which the skin color doesn't matter other than to say, like when you're in places like Atlanta, you would expect sort of most of the protesting crowd to at least somewhat demographically match the city. In Atlanta, which has a large minority population, and it just seemed like it was all older white people, it seems a little bit like, you question who's really angry, I guess. And keeps going. Also, a few people in blow-up suits. Mr. Potato Head, a mouse, a woman riding a pink flamingo. How festive! Thanks so much, man. Lord of the Nerds, $5 says, it was you speaking for Andrew Wilson's character that led me to giving him a chance, and I was very pleased to see your faith in him validated the last few days. Yeah, Andrew's a great dude. He's been very nice to me behind the scenes, like I've said for a long time. One of my better friends, and just a really good guy. Premonition News, $2 says, wish I could do more. No to the dough guy. Thank you. I appreciate it. Clan Tank Gaming Official, $5. Thanks so much. Says, let's just pretend this girl got capped for a second because that was a very likely situation. It would be a way bigger deal than what it is. Yeah, listen, you got to take security at shit like this very seriously. Now, listen, in an ideal world, wouldn't it be great to just meet? I mean, this is so fucking stupid to say. I hate to even say this. And by no means think that I'm trying to make myself sound bigger than what I am. But there are streamers that are really big, sort of like celebrities. Like him or hate him, Hassan has more people watching him on a nightly basis than most news people. And so there's going to be people that are obsessed with Hassan, that are like stalkers. There's going to be people that hate Hassan. You can't have an event with someone like that without adequate security. And it fucking sucks. By the way, I don't like Hassan. I'm just using him as an example. And the same is true of people that aren't as big as Hassan. Now, if it's me there, and you got 150 people, you still have to have security, of course. But obviously the stakes are raised when you're talking about people that have much higher viewership. So, I mean, I don't know. And if it's one thing if you're putting an event together for the first time and then it gets sort of out of hand. But my understanding is shit like this has been happening at TwitchCon for years. And so you would think at this point, and by the way, this isn't some podunk operation. I mean, I hope that everything goes good with DebateCon. But understand, this is being put together by James from Modern Day Debates. And then Grid and Andrew are doing their own thing. TwitchCon's owned, or it's put on by Twitch, owned by Amazon. Amazon can't afford security? It just seems like they're playing with fire, and you hope that the worst doesn't happen eventually, because then it's going to be a real bad deal for not only Twitch, but all the people that stream there are going to end up, their platform's going to suffer the consequences of this lackadaisical attitude that they're cultivating there. 88 Waits, $5 says, great job hosting the extravaganza. Also shutting down nonsense. LOL. Thank you so much. My pleasure. I'm sure I'll be doing the extravaganza again soon. Another new account. Great to hear from you again. $5 says, Enemy Charlie's an easy mode trash debater that calls opponents cucks when she gets mad and loses. Even Ryan or Connor would be a better debater. Yeah, Ryan and Connor, they're both spurgs, but if you could get them moderated, they're capable of having a debate. Connor is better than Ryan, but Connor can't defend sort of the positions he has anymore because he's a fucking joke. He's a Destiny Orbiter now. So he has to pretend to be a conservative as a Destiny Orbiter, and he can't defend it, so he has to threaten to fight you and announce, I'm just going to interrupt you all the time. Ryan's at least can follow debate logic. I think that he has poor ideas, and he sort of adapted the, I'm going to spurg out mentality, because most of the bigger left-wing streamers, that's what they do, and he's trying to model himself after that. But, yeah, I don't know about Enemy Charlie, though. I can't make any comments. Maybe it's just your ill impression of her, and maybe she's actually fantastic. I don't know. Who sharded? Not me. $5 says, I think every picture I saw of the protest was just tons and tons of old people. Yeah. Yep. And then Arby, what's up, man? It was great to talk to you on Discord the other day. For $10 says, supposedly Twitch's moderation team's located in Egypt. I wonder how much that plays into their ridiculously biased moderation. I don't know. That could be. All I know is this. My experience with Twitch has been very poor. When I debated Connor there, Connor calls me a homophobic slur 12 times. He gets a 7-day ban. I got a 30-day ban because he called me that. I'd never been banned on Twitch before that, but I had basically been warned, brigaded against, etc., for what I thought were non-bigoted stances against forced pronoun use and shit like that. But of course, you can make your own idea up about that. All right, more callers to get to. Keep getting those super chats in, everyone. Oh, Ivan Jr., thanks so much. $5 says, since the 80s, tons of meet and greets end in life-ending tragedy, regardless of their beliefs. They should be protected, especially by a parent company. Right. Listen, I'll be honest with you. I'm tangentially connected to DebateCon. I'm not very good at the logistics of setting up. I wouldn't be a good one for how do we know how many chairs to have? How about catering? How about ticket sales? How about security? I know that you need those things, but I'm not a person with an eye for coordinating those things. But there need to be people doing those things. And so if you are someone that's interested in putting on an event, you got to know that those things are necessary in today's day and world. Which, again, is unfortunate. You would like to think that, hey, I could just, have a bunch of people together for a like-minded group and there won't be a problem. Draco, $5 says accountability's their kryptonite, proven time and time again. Oh, and one thing I do want to apologize for, if anyone thinks I'm implying that this Emaru girl is selling sex or something. I don't know. I don't know her. I'm merely making the point that I know there are people on. You remember when Twitch did the whole thing where it was there were chicks that were just basically wearing censorship bars over their breast and shit? I don't know. All right, next call. Denny, what's happening?
Hey man, how are you?
Not bad.
That's good. It's good. I just I don't know what's happened with the whole Raging Tomato thing. I haven't seen any of that stuff. I think I saw a debate with. Have you ever seen a guy named Marte?
Yes, I debated with Marte. In fact, last maybe October, 2 weeks ago, week and a half ago.
Did you disagree with him on something?
No, we were on the same side against Balderson and Steve, who I didn't know those guys.
Okay, yeah, no, I found it because he was debating Ryan on what was it? I think it was stay-at-home dads are a prescription in society. And I think it was written to a part where they were both talking they were both talking past each other. He was saying it is a prescription, and he was trying to say what was most optimal. And I think that's where the confusion was. But
sometimes
he's very clued up.
in general, sometimes what can happen is that the way that a topic is worded actually can cause a lot of confusion. The debate I did was not, I thought it was a silly topic. Marte's a friend of mine. For a while, he was like, hey, we should do a debate on the same side. So he's like, would you be interested? The debate I did was who's worse for society, George Floyd or the streamer Destiny? And I'm like, this is sort of a goofy topic. But the problem is,
they're both horrible.
Right, that's the topic. But I'll give you an even better example of how the wording of the topic. I then did a debate on Modern Day Debate here last week with Alex Stein, and the topic was, do DEI hires exist? And it's like, yes. And our opponents basically in their opening statements were like, well, yeah. And now we moved it on to basically, should they exist? But you understand the wording of the topic, it's like, you agreed to a debate
it's badly worded because it's like, yes, it's more like, is DEI good for society?
Correct. That's a better topic than does it exist.
Just, do they have those characters? I mean, obviously, I think in Australia, BHP is a mining company. It's like, we're actively hiring women to increase the women in our workforce. Well, I mean, you're basically straight out admitting that you're hiring DEI hires.
Yeah. So, but I'm just illustrating your point. Oftentimes that happens where either there's confusion, the topic's worded ambiguously. Now, this was on Sarah's channel, this debate. I know nothing about this debate or anything like that. But I will say a lot of times the way it works is the moderator just agrees. Like the two debaters might come up with the topic and just be like, hey, moderator, will you moderate us doing this topic? And they might say, sure. So it's not necessarily the moderator's fault if the topic's shit. Now, sometimes
I think he worded it, but he didn't realize his little stuff up in the thing that he meant, and Ryan acknowledged this as well. He says Ryan wouldn't have accepted the topic otherwise, saying that he specifically worded is a prescription. But the biggest thing I had with him was he's actually very smart, but what he wasn't understanding was there's multiple prescriptions for a society. You've got one that's most optimal and one that's least optimal. And then you've got others that are very wrong. But he was saying, no, there's only one prescription for everything. And I said, well, that's not true, because if you're in a society that's not a nationalist society, you've got two different ideas, you're going to have two different prescriptions for what people want.
Yeah.
And but eventually we got it. But he's very, 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 he's like a walking encyclopedia. I mean,
who's that?
He doesn't.
Ryan?
Marte.
Oh, Marte. Yeah, Marte's a good dude, man. And there's another. Marte reminds me of this dude, Manted, who I know from the Crucible as well, where they're both smart, but they're also like weirdly physically fit. Like Marte's a bodybuilder, right? Like Manted's like a fucking 6'7" like guy that, could like throw some shit down that was in the military and shit. And it's funny to me because when I debated in college, I always had this cope where I would lose a debate, but it was some 5'5" nerd with real thick glasses. And in my head, I'd be like, I could probably kick that guy's ass. And then one time I debated these two guys from the military academy and they blew me out, and they're both like 6'4" fucking ripped dudes. And I was like, well, fuck. Those dudes could whoop my ass. And they just
that 7'1" African-American Trump guy. He's like, do this. And he's like muscles and everything. Like, you don't want to fight with that guy. But with Ryan, so we were arguing, I wanted to get your take on it. They're saying that what's most optimal for society, and Ryan was saying that 20% of men are stay-at-home dads, and that's their prescription. That's how that works. But I said, if you want to go scientifically, it would be that the mother is actually biologically, neurologically, and physiologically attached to the baby post birth, and it's actually so her body actually structurally changes in order to take care of that baby within the first 6 months. In terms of breast milk, there's hospitalization goes down 73% less, and basically with that, we ended up winning. We ended up sort of winning the debate over the other side, but Ryan concedes when you give him the statistics. Like it's I thought that was rare as fuck, because his leftists usually don't concede ever. They'll just come up with more spurging and bullshit. But I think Ryan, in regards to like conceding certain things, he does have the ability to concede.
Maybe. I don't know. I can't recall to past debates we've had. I don't think he's done that well against me in past debates we've had. You know, the worst one for him was where I gave him my notes for a month, and he had them and was going to show me where they contained disinformation, and would say things like, yeah, I can't remember. One of my notes used the words like, terrible lawfare, or substantial lawfare, or something like a qualifier word, and he was just like, well, I don't think it's substantial, or I don't think it's terrible, and it's just laughable. It's like, okay, dude,
his personal truth.
Yeah, shit like that. But my experience the past couple times from Ryan, not so much him, but people in that world, including Dusty, was just sort of just going to blatantly bullshit and lie and then spurg out. And so the debate I was doing with him, when it became spurging out again, just talking over me, and I was like, listen, I'm going to sit here until people stop talking over me. And he was like, good, that'll give me more time to speak. So I gave him more time, the next 2 hours.
I wasn't going. You brought that up. I was debating Dusty last night on the ICE stuff, and when I started, because you got to get a sort of ring of where their moral stance comes from. Their moral stance is, out of the 200,000 people that he's deported, right, which is a good thing for America. Obviously, there's going to be some hiccups along the way. Like they may or may not have detained a citizen that matches the same description, because they're all Venezuelan and Mexican, so they're going to make a mistake. And I said, well, I mean, you guys are being very disingenuous. And then I heard you call Dusty disingenuous. I thought it's funny we both used the same word to describe him, because he's very disingenuous.
Well,
because he
to be honest, until the couple weeks ago, or when he called into my show on a regular call-in show, I always just thought of him as like I don't know how to put this. He's just sort of irrelevant. He was just someone that I don't interact on Sarah's panel a lot, and I don't mean this in a bad way. I mean irrelevant to my interactions with me. He may have been very substantial to other people. That I don't know. I'm just saying, for me, he didn't stand out. And the only thing I remember was just like, he'd be like, "Oh, dude, hey, bro, you gay? You gay?" And I'm like, what? Oh,
yeah,
you taking it?
He's sort of like a sideliner troll. He'll wait.
Yeah, like he's like the guy that the frat keeps around, that thinks that that they keep around is like sort of a joke, because it's like, yeah, okay, he doesn't really bring anything to the table, but he
kind of reminds me of like the new woke Bill Burr. You know what I mean? It's sort of he's like funny, edgy left guy.
But I didn't think he was particularly funny, but it didn't bother me. It's like, whatever, you can call me gay, I don't care. And he called in my show, and what he was saying to me was like, you said that the left can't be, or that only the left could be violent. And I'm like, no, I didn't say that. And then his cope afterwards, I saw his, like he was saying on Sarah's channel that, or on that debate, he clarified. Well, no, he clarified and said, well, you said something along the lines of that. No, what I said was the left's disproportionately violent, right? Saying, well, wait a minute. You're saying that the right can't be violent. And me being like, that's bullshit, I never said that. And then arguing with him, and him saying, yeah, you said this on the short. And then me like, okay, I'm tired of these people saying that I've said shit that I didn't. So I'll make you a deal. If you think I said that, let's bring it up. And if you're right, you can have the rest of my show. If not, then I'm going to ban you. It's usually the ban lasts. You can ask that HN guy, it lasts like a day, 2 days. I don't know. I don't give a fuck. Whatever. And then like he tried to say that, well, no, okay, I clarified. You didn't clarify.
No, he
But
never.
he
always says he
clarified,
clarified,
like
he
his
never
clarification's like, oh, I said you said something like that. Right. I didn't say something like that.
He's like,
I
yeah,
said-
I critiqued your argument, but didn't provide any proof for it. So that's my stance. It's like you don't have a
Right.
stance.
And then
You have no
like,
stance.
so it just, and then he admits, then, he comes on Sarah's panel after I'm there and he makes the whole after panel just about like his beef with me. Okay. And then just saying I said a bunch more shit that I've never said. And when I asked for proof, he's like, I refuse to give the proof. Okay. And then he calls in my show the next day and admits, like, yeah, I was lying. I was being disingenuous. You didn't say that. Okay?
Even he admits he's disingenuous.
I mean, so then it's like, okay. Then when I do this panel, and I'll be honest, the panel was going fine. I did not the panel, debate. Me and Dusty, they pulled up for one-on-one, and it was fine. And then Ryan starts spurging out. And smartass Ryan, when he interrupts me 2 or 3 times, and I'm like, I'm just going to be quiet until you start interrupting. And he says, great, that gives me more time to talk. Okay, the point I'm trying to make is I don't need you people. And if that's what you feel, I'm just going to spurg out and force you to ask the moderator to have me to stop or whatever. I'm tired of doing that. I've tried multiple ways to do this shit. It doesn't ever work out. So if that's what you want, Ryan, if you think, sweet, if I talk over you, I get more time to talk, so you go ahead and be quiet, then I'll be quiet. Now, how'd your panel go? Not very good. That's how it went.
One thing
and
I noticed,
that's it. That's all it was.
one thing I noticed you did do that made his eye twitch. It was you kept mocking his voice. I don't know if you noticed you did that, but I felt it came a little bit out of left wing because you're like he started being disingenuous, but then he sort of drew himself back when you sort of like checked him on it, and then you brought him back to neutrality and then trolled him by mocking his voice. And I thought, Rob knows exactly what he's doing. And then you well, you said, and then and then you see his face all crunch up like a lemon, and then you sort of bring it back to neutrality, and then you did it again. Oh, that was so fun.
I mean, to me, it was like I can't be more clear about this. Like, I don't even really give a fuck about Dusty or Ryan or any of them. I just don't want to interact with them anymore when they're admitting that like we're disingenuous. Oh, Vinny bugged out there. That's all right. I just don't care, right? Sarah was a little different because she's been saying some shit to me behind the scenes, which, I mean, to be quite honest, here's what the take is. When I debated RTP, she got pissed off because RTP prior to that debate had been talking about my wife and shit. Then it came up again in the debate. I've said this a billion times. What happened? I even asked my audience, was like, do you think this is out of line? Because I was like, maybe. I don't know. I don't think. But he, basically was like, yeah, I assume no woman would want to be with you. And I'm like, so you're married? Oh, your woman's not there anymore? I sleep with a bunch of women. Do you have kids? Yeah. Then you shouldn't be bragging about sleeping with a bunch of women. You should settle down and get a mother. How's that out of line? And then she says that I need to apologize to him. And like I said, that's her right. She said, I'm afraid I'm going to lose debaters because of this. And I was like, okay, then I guess you have, because I won't come back. But I'm not fucking apologizing. I didn't do anything wrong. And I think she's been pissy with me ever since then. We'll bring Vinny up real quick here. Sorry, Vinny, I think your internet popped out or something. But yeah, I'll just finish up here with, so that was it. That's all it was. And I think that she was just pissy with me after that. And, maybe, well, I'll let you go here, Vinny, because I'll explain. But
do you mind if I just give you one quick thing? I just looked up the ICE thing. So at the moment, Trump hasn't done anything illegal yet. So there's 1 or 2 cases, but they're still pending. But he hasn't. Yeah,
the Garcia thing was. We've talked about it at length here, but yeah, you're right. Yeah. When it gets to the Supreme Court, you have a bunch of. This is the point I was trying to make when Ryan was spurging out. Yeah, you have a bunch of activist courts that everything Trump does. Trump's like, I'm going to fire someone. Bam! You got some courts like, no, you can't do that. Trump's like, I'm going to keep paying certain employees during the shutdown. You can't do that, says some judge. Like every little thing he does, and almost every time it makes its way to the Supreme Court, they're like, no, he can do that. And that's what I was trying to tell Ryan, but he was just screaming over me. But hey, Vinny, thanks for calling in, man. I really appreciate it.
Catch you, man.
You take it easy. I'll finish this point, then we got more callers. But I guess maybe the fundamental problem is I still didn't understand what was going on with Sarah's panels. Right? I thought that based on when I went on and called in to Sarah's panel when Connor was on there, that the reason Connor was just blatantly allowed to talk over me and announce it and all that shit was he was the guest. And I thought the point of the after panel was this, that you have people debating and then you bring on a bunch of people to interact with those people until those people leave, and then it just transitions into an open panel. Now, the reason I thought this is twofold. One, because I had personally done a panel that was like that for Sarah, which was, it's a Thursday show, Rob. You say a topic, and then you talk about it for an hour, and then we'll bring a bunch of people up, and they'll question you about it. Okay? And then the other was, because they ask you, and this is quite common, on every panel, hey, can you stick around for like audience questions and shit? And I assumed that that's what the open panel afterwards was. You're staying around for audience questions, audience interactions. That's the way it is on most panels. That's the way it was previously, at least on that Thursday show with Sarah. I didn't know that the idea was, apparently, this is, if I get this right now, that you stick around, but you're the same as the open panelists, with the exception of they could be paid to be removed, but you can't. That I did not know. Now, I would be correct in believing that, because when I'm the open panelist and Connor is the guest, and Connor's just allowed to talk over me and fucking like a goof, and everyone could see it, that it was, the way I justified it in my head was, well, he was the guest. So I guess you have to defer. I was just a regular open panelist, and he was the guest. So then the next week when I'm on and I'm the guest, and it's going to be people like, we refuse to answer your questions, Rob. We're going to make accusations and say, nope, we refuse to back them up, and we're going to talk over you. And I'm just like, listen, then I'll go where they could go. That's not an ultimatum in the sense that I'm telling you to bump them. I'm just saying, like, if I'm here as part of, like, audience interactions, I'm not going to deal with this anymore. What's the fucking point? But fine. Sarah says that's an ultimatum. I didn't mean it like that. I just meant, what the fuck's the sense of me being here? But that's fine. I understand her sticking up for herself. I don't have a problem with that. But I leave there, and I'm like, I'll play the fucking, I'm sure I have it here somewhere. Let me see. Now, I'll just remind you, after this stream, Dusty would call in the next day and admit, yeah, I was being disingenuous. But this is how this ended on Sarah's channel. That I'm going to play, because apparently what she said is, I was talking shit on her. Right? I was talking shit. Now, this is 10/6/25. All right?
If I have to cam down, it's because I have to step away for something, and it should.
By the way, this guy in the top right, Adam Dole, like, he keeps trying to say shit and he keeps getting interrupted, but that's normal for Adam on every panel. And it's unfortunate because I think Adam's a brilliant dude, but he's not very boisterous, so people just run roughshod over him. But we're having this ridiculous conversation with this guy in the bottom right, Clay here, who's basically claiming things like, it's this reductive, like, I'm not saying anything ever existed. Will you admit that the Democrat Party and the Republican Party exist? No, I won't admit that. I'm not admitting that. And it's just like, ugh. Along with Dusty, that's just blatantly making shit up about me, and then the constant interruption. So here's how it ends.
It shouldn't be like that. It just shouldn't. All
So,
right, EOD or
if I
Rob
can.
Dusty,
So
whoever.
what you
sure.
can see, we go down through these rabbit holes with Clay, and it gets to sort of this ad reductive point where it's like, well, just because I don't concede that the Republican Party exists, I don't concede that the Democratic Party exists, it's worthless to talk to someone like that. Just like it's worthless to talk to someone like Dusty, who says that, yes, you did. You said you refused to concede that those parties exist. That's what you said. You specifically said it. Just like it's worthless to stop interrupting. Just like it's worthless.
You won't get me to stop
to
interrupting.
like
it didn't work before. It won't
Hey,
happen.
Sarah, thanks so
It won't
much for the
happen.
channel. I really appreciate it. I'll talk to you guys all later. Appreciate it. Sarah.
Rage quit.
Thank
Bye,
you.
Rob.
Yep, take it easy. So, admitting you didn't get me to stop interrupting you before, it's not going to work now. Okay. If the mod's just going to say that's fine, that's the way it is, no problem. It's not for me. So let's hear what I say afterwards. I don't know that I'll do Sarah's panel much anymore. How come it's always me constantly getting interrupted when it comes to a panel? If it's Connor there, I have to accept it because Connor's the guest. If it's me that's the guest, then I have to accept it because, I don't know, she likes Dusty. Hey, fuck it. That's fair. Now, in fairness, I didn't articulate what I was trying to say. I wasn't asking her to boot them necessarily. I was saying it's me or them because there's no longer any point to any sort of conversation. I'm fucking so over it, right? I don't know what the deal is anymore with this. So, I don't know. But nonetheless, you can see the stupidity of those people. So, anyways, it is what it is. I actually enjoyed, before we got to the open panel, I thought that the conversation was quite interesting, even if it was a weird topic. But now I do owe reading some super chats, though. But before we do that, let's look. Oh, man, we did pretty fucking good with the dono bar. Before we do that, I promise I'll read them all. I really do. But I'm going to give you the Hassan cam. We're going to give you the chair, baby. Okay, let's. All right, here we go. Step with the keep up. He doesn't. So. Loading. Step back. Dusty is Destiny, sweetheart. Thanks for me, DOD. That while 50 running at the World War II. Willard, agree, channel. That's Sarah's what she should do, and then she'll get mad and actually moderate. Yeah, in fairness, maybe I shouldn't have said it's me or them. What I was trying to say is, I see no point. If you want them to stay, then I got to go because I don't see the point of the only two people talking, them being like, well, we refuse to answer what you're talking about. And Arcor Oak, $10 says, great job, Rob. Thanks for speaking against political violence. Thanks so much. My pleasure. All right, I do owe one whip wheel. We'll skip this. Our point there. I think there was a lot of confusion for the other side and exactly what they were trying. I don't know what it is. Just predicted themselves quite frequently. But open panel. I don't know what it is. Just Dusty spurting out because he's mad. I don't feel obligated to fucking deal with people that are bad faith liars. Right? I just don't. I don't give a fuck about it anymore. I don't feel obligated to deal with any. I'll boot people from my channel for any reason that I see fit. I don't give a fuck. Right? My channel, I'll do what I want. But I just don't give a fuck to like walk these people through, like Clay talking at the end there. Well, I'm not conceding that the Republican and Democrat Party exist. Fuck you. Like, what's the point? It's so reductive. I mean, I suppose we could we'll prove that anything exists. We could all be brains in a jar, like in the Matrix. Yeah, I suppose. Fuck off. What's the point? And the idea that it's like, well, here's the deal, right? If it's a right-winger that gets killed, it was just a crazy. We can't point to political motivations, etc. And Dusty's argument, we only could do it if someone admitted that it was political motivations. Just want to get to the final point. The constant interruption shit like that. No, I know I talk at large clips, but for God's sakes, like you can't get a word in edgewise without people interfering. Yes, we are brains in a jar. If you consider your skull a jar, not bad. So, man, it'd be nice to get to 200% of our goal tonight. We could do it. We're close. We're close. I have a crazy headache though. I gotta admit, I had a headache when I started tonight, and I still have a headache now. Game plan tomorrow is we'll do the call-in show around noon. I got a ton of shit that I gotta get done. And then it's quite a drive. Don't take Tylenol. That's what I'm going to do. Oh, my pharmacy and make sure that work around 3 o'clock. Then I got my street shit that's in Tylenol. I don't know. I'm sure that it's on the gauntlet, not in the main. So yeah, we got work to do tomorrow. That's okay. No big deal. But yeah, it's been a good show. I can't thank you guys enough for your incredible generosity. I believe is Proxicon. There you go. I don't know. Maybe I'm pissy about the moderation. I don't know. I don't know what the issue is. But whatever. The panel scene's just like a fucking joke. I guess if I go back, I'm just gonna be like, I'm not doing open panel. I don't know. I don't know what else to say. It's just constant. Like, even, you know who gets it even worse than me? Adam, who was on the top right. Poor Adam. He never gets a fucking word in edgewise. Like, people just talk over him. And I think Adam's one of the smartest fucking dudes. I love hearing from Adam. And people just talk over him. It's like, okay. And Adam's more polite than me, so he's just like, okay. But I don't know. I'm not upset or anything like that. It hardly matters. It just no, I'm cheering for Sarah to do well. I really am. I like her as a person. I just sometimes wonder, maybe it's me. Maybe I talk too long, so she feels like she has to let people interrupt me. Maybe that's it. I don't know. I'm not sure. But it's like, well, you told him not to interrupt, so he's going to interrupt. Oh. Okay. Interesting, I guess. What's up, Crucible Crusader? Thanks so much for the gifted membership. I don't know. So, Crucible Crusader gets another membership. My goodness, continues to kick. It's always the open panel shit where it's like, the fuck. Now, having said that, I thought the actual panel was the ill of Sarah. I like her. I hope her channel continues to kick ass. I really do. It's always the open panel shit where it's like, the fuck. Now, having said that, I thought the actual panel itself, there didn't need to be a lot of moderation. Thought it went very well. Crucible Crusader, thanks so much for the gifted. So you can sort of see that's sort of. I'm like, I hope Sarah does really well. I'm frustrated how now 2 times when it came to the open panel, 1 time I was the open panelist. Connor talks over me the whole time and announces he's going to do it, and Sarah basically lets it go. Other time, Dusty announces he's continually interrupting me. When I pointed out, Sarah says, the reason he's interrupting you is because you told him not to. And then at the end, he's like, I'm like, will you stop interrupting? And he's like, no, I'm not going to. It didn't work last time. It's not going to work this time. Okay, we'll see you later. Yeah, I sort of left, and in the immediacy was like, I don't know what the fuck the deal with that. You can see that I'm kind of confused because I don't know why. I'm trying to figure out. I'm like, I don't get it. I don't get why if I'm asked to stick around after the panel to give my thoughts, or after the debate to give my thoughts to open panelists, why it's going to be like that. But okay, that night or the next day, I then got a message from Sarah where she gave me unsolicited advice that I make myself an easy target and this, that, and the other, just condescending bullshit. So I came on the next day and was like, listen, I've been informed by people that I'm misunderstanding the point of the open panel, that they want it to be an environment where people are over talking each other. I think that's fucking stupid, but it is their space. So I'm just not going to do it anymore. Fine. Then I had Toasted reached out to me and said, do you want to do this debate against Ryan and Dusty? I said, yeah. I go on the debate. It's evident that it's going to be spurging out talking over me again. This time, not in an open panel, but in the debate. Moderator sits there, does nothing. Okay. I say, fine. I'm just going to be quiet until people stop interrupting. Ryan says, great. That means I could talk more. I think about it for a second and go, fine, Ryan. If you'd like to talk more, I'll give you the full 2 hours. I don't need them. They need me. So they were able to do their show. I don't understand what the problem is. Ryan got everything he wanted. He got to talk unfiltered for 2 hours. What's the problem, right? Sarah then goes on the show, on Dusty's show, as they're sending trolls in. She's there for 3 hours as they're talking shit on me, which is fine. It's their right. They're sending trolls over, etc., etc. And then she gives her, she talks about how I just don't.
I think he doesn't know the power of the panelverse.
Oh shit! Not the panelverse! Oh no! Not the fucking panelverse! Beware the panelverse! He doesn't run afoul of the panelverse! Who could know the great Sarah Tomato? The power she wields, the power of the panelverse. Now, here's the thing. I don't wish Sarah ill. I happen to know that I was going to be working with Sarah behind the scenes for some shit. I could have been professional. But at this point, once she's on with those trolls, and it's like, oh, Rob doesn't. That to me comes across as arrogant. You mess with up. Fucking hell. One more time, I'll play the fucking clip. Let's see if I can find it. Well, hell, wait. I was worried that Dusty would delete the stream, so I actually saved it. Let's see if I can bring it up here. Is it under screenshots? Maybe. I got to delete some videos. That's what's going on here. Yeah, it's finally going to work. So give me 1 second. Then I promise I'll get to all the calls. But since that's what everyone wants to talk about again, I'm just giving you full context. Because apparently someone told me in my Discord that the issue is she was saying that I was costing her left-wing streamers. Why? Because I'm whooping their ass? Or are you pissed about the RTP thing because he insulted my family and I made the most benign comment ever and you insisted I apologize to him and I was like, no, I'm not going to. But if that means you don't want me back, no problem. Here's what she says.
When people fuck with the panelverse that way, right? If you're not a panelverse person and you come in and you try to fuck with the panelverse people, like they will all band together. Like you just can't do that. You can't go around to panelverse shows and flip out on hosts and get mad at hosts or fuck with host shows and do that kind of stuff and then expect everyone to turn and look at you and be like, oh yeah, come on back. Like I think he doesn't know the power of the panelverse.
Did I get the wrong address for the orgy?
I guess you're right. I didn't understand the massive power of the panelverse. When she says you can't be expected to go on people's shows, she's not just talking about Trippy. She's talking about she was mad about me being on her show. She was mad about that. That I was... Okay. You can't mess with her because then the whole panelverse will come after me. Now, this is after she's sitting there for 3 hours watching them come troll me, which is fine. I don't even mind them trolling me. But what I was shocked was, don't pretend that you're fucking impartial and don't be sending me these. And here's the deal. And I mentioned this the other day, so I'm not going to relitigate it. And I'm not going to be as mean as I was the other day. I don't think I need Sarah. And I don't think I need Sarah's advice. And so when she messages me and says, you need to apologize to RTP. And I'm trying to politely be like, no, thanks. I don't think I'm going to do that, right? And then when she messages me and it's like, let me give you some unsolicited, I'll read the fucking message to you one more time. There's a secret weapon to panels. You can't show any of your cards at all. By that, I mean if someone's annoying you, interrupting, or poking at things that raise your temperature, you can't let it bother you visually. The other panelists subconsciously will see those trigger points and zero in on it. They do it to you every time you're on. You're an easy target. It's unsolicited advice, I'm aware. But the best tip I could give you is to stop reacting to their pokes and prods. Open panels are meant to be fun, lighthearted, and relaxed. They have to be that way or else they wouldn't be so fun and inviting to anyone. Witty banter plus topic discussion equals a great panel. You often enter them very harshly, seriously, and demanding. I've noticed you take insults very personally. Now, let me be clear. The open panels, there's only 2 times that she would have had a problem. The Connor one. Now, the Connor one, The whole point of it was talking about left-wing violence. Now, I'll admit, I opened that panel slightly, I went into that open panel slightly harshly because this dude's working with a guy that says he wants conservatives to be killed. This is like a week and a half after the Charlie Kirk thing. Right, okay, 2 points. But I wasn't the one threatening violence and shit. That was Connor threatening to beat my ass and this, that, and the other, which it's very interesting for a moderator, right? I don't give a fuck. I'm not worried about Connor at all. But it's like, if you're going to be this type of moderator that's going to send messages to people like, I demand apologies because some guy insulted your wife and you said, are you married? Do you have kids? Well, why don't you find a wife, to be a good mother for your kids? Like, I don't understand then, but your panels ran strictly. It's supposed to be lighthearted. This dude's threatening to beat people's asses. Gio is in the back here. He was on that panel with me. Connor's threatening to kick my ass. I don't give a fuck. I laughed it off. I was like, all right, big boy, I'll be at DebateCon. But still, as a moderator, she didn't say shit. She's like, boys, come on. Boys, it's only one dude. It's only one guy that's constantly interrupting. But that's okay. I took it, and I just expressed frustration a little after the debate. Was like, I don't know what the fuck that's about. Like, why he's just interrupting like that. Then the other time was with Dusty, who, again, I could show you the receipts. Dusty admitting, yeah, I just came on to be an asshole, basically. Let me see here. Just in case you want the receipts on this, too. For some reason, he's on there twice. I don't know why it's showing up twice here on the screen. What's on your mind today, Dusty?
Hey.
What's happening?
Thank you for allowing me up. No, I don't really have anything to talk about. I mostly was just testing the strength of the ban that I incurred the other night. So
it's almost always a couple days. Here's the deal, though. I want to show you something if you don't have anything to say. Like, I think that you misrepresented me several times. I think you do it again here. Okay.
I did.
But I want you to watch this clip. Watch yourself here.
But your whole point the entire night is that people have been going harder in the paint ever since, and that it's solely Destiny's fault. How can both things be true?
Two things I'll say in this just real quick. One, what is it with people that are incapable of hearing the language that's being said? Show me once in this debate saying Destiny is solely responsible for the uptick in rhetoric.
That. I didn't say he was solely responsible.
You did just say. You said
you're attributing what he's doing. You're saying he's responsible. Yes, you said that. You said he's not solely.
You literally used the word solely when you said that there. But okay,
you sure about that? You sure about that? You sure about that? Solely Destiny's fault.
Now, I just wondered if you'd like to comment. A fan of Sarah's show sent me that.
Yeah, no. Was it EOD? No, you. I was going to concede that anyways. Once you propositioned me with the ban, if I was inaccurate in that statement, at that point I decided that you were being disingenuous, so I was being disingenuous. So yeah, you didn't say that stuff. I was misrepresenting you.
All right, that's fine. I accept that. That's no problem. I do think though that you can see the problem is I think that I've been quite clear. My stance isn't that there aren't fringe people on all sides. So that's it. Do I sound like super fucking pissy about the whole thing? Dusty. So yeah, Sarah's right that I probably seemed a little on edge that night because I literally have someone coming in gaslighting. Yeah, you said all this shit. You said it. And I didn't. And I'm like, bring receipts. And he's saying, he's bragging. No, I refuse to bring receipts. So the whole panel has now been derailed into this guy making accusations about me. And every time I'm like, that never happened. Then one of his supporters was like, your video title was Democrats are the party of violence. I was like, no, it just says Democrats a party of violence. It doesn't say the, and even if it said the, it doesn't mean that only the left could commit violence. And then when I show the receipts that actually, no, that wasn't the title of my video, Dusty then claims that I must have edited it. I changed it. Then when Sarah actually is like, Dusty, actually, I'm looking from your video this morning. It's the same title. He's just like, well, now you have bad grammar. And that's it. So I guess maybe in that one panel, maybe I did seem a little on edge because I kept getting talked over and there was just someone blatantly lying saying, nope, I refuse. Okay, fair enough. But Sarah's claim is that I enter them harshly, seriously, and demanding. I take insults very personally. I don't think so. I mean, the first time I interacted with Dusty that I remember, he just called me gay for Andrew the whole time. And I was like, I don't think I'm gay for Andrew. I don't know why you're so concerned about it. And then they said at one point that I said that he had a good smile. I was like, did I? And I did. I was like, yeah, that does sound pretty gay. So I'm making fun of myself. I don't get it, but whatever. Anyway, she continues. And that's why they'll run you out every time, because it's a killjoy to everyone else. You see, I'm a killjoy to everyone else. Okay. Why is this guy taking things so seriously? You got to laugh at the digs, talk through the interruptions, and roll with the punches. Everyone throws their punches, takes the hits, laughs, and comes back the next day with a clean slate, ready for more. Trash talking about an open panel being too chaotic, it's like complaining the sky is blue. They will always be chaotic. You can handle them or you can't. Okay. That's why the next day I came on, I didn't mention Sarah's name. I said, look, it's been made clear to me that I misunderstand the point of the open panel. I'm just not going to do them anymore. I'll still happily do the debate portion of Sarah's show, but I'm not going to do the open panel. I'll gracefully bow out. That's it. Now, I'll tell you, when she sent me that message on October 8th, I'll tell you what my response was going to be. You motherfucker. Who the fuck are you to try to tell me how I should do things? Fuck you. I don't need you or your open panels. Go fuck yourself. That's what I wanted to say. But I thought better of it and was like, take a fucking breath. So what did I say? I hope Sarah's channel does well. I'm just not going to do the open panels anymore. I didn't respond to her in DMs. I didn't go on a panel with trolls going into our show, laughing about it, saying that's what happens when you mess with robnoerr. Then his supporters come at you. I didn't do that, did I? Nope. I kept it to my fucking self. Then I go on another panel, unconnected to Sarah. It's going to be Spurgout talking over. Whether you think what I did was right or wrong, that's your opinion. I don't care. Happily talk to anyone about it. Then she goes on a panel that for 3 hours is talking shit on me, that's sending trolls over to me. And then she gives the big power of the panelverse speech. Now, what am I supposed to say at that point? Just let it go? No, fuck that. So I came on the next day and I said what I should have said when she sent me that DM October 8th. Fuck you. Who the fuck are you? Like you're giving me advice. Fuck you. I was happy. Just let it go. But if you're going to be on a panel, I suppose what I should have done. Here's what I should have done, right? I suppose I should have waited until she was having a panel and then had a bunch of people trolling her, coming on to the panel, trolling her, trying to ruin her show, and laughed about it with them, right? As I'm on their channel laughing as they're doing it, and then said afterwards, that's why you don't mess with the Crucible. That's why you don't mess with people working for the Crucible. I guess that's what I should have done, right? How do you think she would have reacted to that? Personally, I guess I don't give a shit how she would have reacted. That's all I did. You all don't know everything that's going on behind the scenes. What I will say is, it is not a wise decision if there are potential business opportunities with someone that you have to work with them to talk shit and go to a panel with trolls that are going to their channel. That's fucking stupid. And someday maybe I'll be able to say more about it. But it's dumb. All I did was call it out. That's it. Like I said, Andrew may well have called. He called me later that night. I thought, listen, Andrew might be calling me to be like, Rob, you can't call out Sarah like that. And I'd say, well, I'm going to. I'm not going to ruminate on it every night, but she was on public to a panel that was trolling me. I called her out. I gave my honest opinion. I'm willing to move forward. But I was not going to keep my fucking mouth shut. When she said shit to me in private, I kept it private. I said the most vague, like, I hope Sarah does great. I've been informed that I'm misunderstanding the panel. No problem. I won't do it anymore. I think she's great. So everyone that's like, oh, you did this. I didn't do shit. Sarah did it to herself. Blame Sarah. Blame Dusty. That's who did it. Now, I don't give a fuck. Andrew had my back, and I appreciate it. And I would do the exact same for Andrew. I really would. But it's not just about having my back. It's about Andrew looking and saying, look, if she's going to do this to Rob, she would do it to me. That's it. I don't want to be in business with someone like that. I'm not going to do our show anymore. And it's not Andrew's fault if fucking 30% of her audience is Andrew's audience. And they're like, okay, then we're not going to go over. That's on them. Now, who knows? I swear to you, I don't care. Maybe the Panelverse takes off. Maybe Dusty becomes the next fucking Andrew Wilson. And all of a sudden the show takes off and they do tremendous. I'm okay with that. I don't give a fuck. I really don't. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh shit, look, I lost an opportunity. It's like, I'm telling you right now, I was basically done with Sarah's panels anyways, as I'd said. So that's it. No, it's not more Sarah drama. It's just everybody's been talking about it. So that's it. That's the whole thing that went on. Do I think that what Sarah did to me is the worst thing in the world? No. I just think it was fucking bullshit, and I called it out. The fucking DMs to me apologized RTP. I mean, honest to God, I basically was just like, no, I'm sorry. I'm not going to do that. I'm just not. I'm sorry. No. But if you don't want to have me back, no hard feelings. And then I mentioned on stream, I was like, I've been told that I should apologize to RTP. Everybody assumed it was Sarah or RTP that told me that. But I didn't say who it was. The only thing I said was, did I step out of line? And then Sarah was like, I think some people in your audience are pissed. I started off my next show telling my audience, don't be mad at Sarah. My goodness. She's trying to create a brand over there. And if I'm saying shit that's out of line and she has to be like, hey, I can't have you back, that's fine. But I ain't gonna fucking apologize. And to this day, do you think I give a fuck? All of you could be the biggest Sarah fans in the world. More power to you. It doesn't bother me in the least bit. You could be the biggest Dusty fan or Ryan fan. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. But Rob, they said they're going to troll you incessantly. That's okay too. I don't care. You can still be fans of theirs. I don't give a shit. Now, there's obviously a point it goes over line, right? But I haven't seen any, I'm from the bottom of my heart, I mean this, Dusty to all those people, none of them have said shit about my family or tried to get, intentionally violate my TOS or made physical violence threats. So if they want to do little shorts of me every day saying, Rob's a big fat pig, hopefully some of it's funny. I'll get a chuckle out of it. I don't care at all. I don't need them. Good luck to them. That's it. That's the whole fucking story. So super chats, then more comments. So, Draco, $5 says accountability is their kryptonite. Proven time and time again. Lesson Cell, $10 says, heard that elderly homes and geriatric care coordinated a day to take their residents on a special trip. They took them to No Kings protest. I feel like if I was still at my old job, they'd have been like, hey, take your clients out to a No Kings protest. We'll have free hot dogs or some shit. Airborne Animal, $5 says, they're a bunch of unintelligent, incoherent leftist lunatics. To me, Ryan's the worst, partially because he gives off to catch a predator. I don't know about that. But Ivan Jr., $5 says, in 2025, we've met the matrix of the almighty Panelverse. Don't cross the technical line of great debating or else Sarah's Panelverse will call you. One other thing. The idea that Andrew gave Sarah a $10,000 ultimatum because she said she doesn't respond well to ultimatums. Sarah probably did the right thing. First off, she's not going to pay me $10,000, which is completely reasonable. She also did the right thing, as I said earlier. Like, don't grovel. Just like I'm not going to grovel to Sarah. I'm not going to apologize to RTP. She'd be dumb to apologize. She would. She really would at this point. The damage is done. Move forward. That's it. So to the people that are like, she should have paid Rob that money. No, she shouldn't have. She absolutely should have. I mean, maybe. Maybe if she thought she could have patched things up with Andrew, but that's nothing to do with me. But Dana, thank you so much. Says W Rob, hope you're doing well. Keep on keeping. I'm doing great. I'm having a fantastic weekend. Kevin De La Riva, $5 says, love seeing your channel grow, man. When am I going on Piers? Maybe soon. You'll hear more from me as we approach the end of the year here. Eclipse, thanks so much. Says Noron for life. Appreciate it. My name is GL. $5 says catering to thin-skinned leftists in 2025 is a well-established recipe for disaster. Look at this, Chad. Inspirits, 200 unit to be determined, but it's red. That means it's a lot. Says, I have nothing to say. I just want to support the stream. Thanks. That's about 120, so you're not confused. See? Keep doing what you're doing. Thanks so much. Oh, it's Korik. Fuck yeah. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Korik's the best. One of my favorite people to talk to surrounding the Crucible. Ivan, $5 says, Rob, increase your firewall protection, sharpen your debate skills. The power of the panelverse is coming for you. Activate Me Too. Give it all you got. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. Eclipse, look at this, Chad. $200. Thank you so much, man. Unbelievable support. Thank you. Really, it really means a lot. It says, Rob versus feminists and simps. You're in a different league, brother. Thanks for fighting for the truth. Not one step back. Thank you. Geoverse, I see you on there, man. I'm so sorry I've been long-winded. $5 says, the amount of receives you have makes us proud to support you. Love you, brother of integrity. Thanks so much, Geo. Envoy of Justice, $5 says, Sarah participated in behavior she condemns if done to her. Sarah works for Modern Day Debate at the behest of Andrew. She interfered with business by attacking Rob. I don't think she worked for Modern Day Debate. I don't know what the nature of that business relationship was. She was helping set up DebateCon. That I do know. But I don't know. That's all I can say right now. Daniel, $10 says, for the anti-panelverse movement. I don't think they need any. I don't think the panelverse needs any ops as far as like Dusty and them. But whatever. Thank you so much for the $10. She wanna touch it. Oh, that's clever. $5 says, my sources say that Sarah colluded with Russia. Sarahgate. No! Makes sense with the red thing, right? The neighbor, member for a month, says, I wish Ryan would finally fix his damn tooth. Let it be known that as far as I know, I've never insulted Ryan's tooth or anyone on the panelverse's appearance or any shit like that. Nor have I. Well, that's just it. That's it. Arby, my friend, $5 says the whole panelverse is very female drama coded. Need more masculinity, not backstabbing drama in our society. Punch each other in the face and move on. Right. And just so it's known, now listen, I totally understand. I did message Sarah that night when I saw that she did that Power of the Panelverse fit. I was like, you son of a bitch. And I was being a sarcastic asshole. I was like, hey, I saw you message me a week ago, and your unsolicited advice. Thank you so much. And thank you for warning me of the Power of the Panelverse. Oh, snap. I'll be happy. I'll be talking about it tomorrow if you'd like to join me. And I think she correctly pointed out that I was like a little pissed off. Like, are you fucking kidding me? But I did ask her to come on, and I would have left her, and she could still come on and talk about it if she wants. I don't give a fuck. Fine by me. But at least I proffered the offer as opposed to what? Her hiding behind a fucking panel for 3 hours of people that were trolling me? I mean, she could have went on, and when she saw that they were literally sending trolls and having a pow-up and like, yeah, I'm not comfortable. See ya. But instead, she stuck around and then was like, well, the thing is, Rob doesn't understand. If you come after one, you come after all. Okay. Well, I went after one. And Ken, $5 says, soon on Piers, our Crucible champion going places. We'll see. And Devon Anderson, W. Rob, W. Andrew, L. Pantyverse. So that's it. Like, again, I know this is, here's the deal, right? I know this is going to be what everyone wants to talk about for the next week or so. You understand this is a fucking drop in the hat. I mean this from the bottom of my heart. If Ryan ends up doing great and Dusty ends up doing great and Sarah ends up doing great, more power to them. I don't want to be connected to them. That's it. But I'm not going to be sitting here rooting for their fucking downfall or anything like that. People can make up their own mind. I think that it was evident the other night that even though that I still think I'm fucking pissed off at Sarah's arrogance and telling me this is how you need to do. And what I saw is all that shit. I'm not cheering with shit going on. I'm not. I have Andrew's back 100%. Not in the least of reasons why is because he has my back. And we're friends, and that's what you do. Right? But he totally makes sense what he's doing from a business perspective. It is what it is. I feel bad when I used this example the other day. I knew a guy that owned a business. And there was a younger kid. I happen to know this younger kid's older brother. He starts working at my friend's sort of carpentry business, and he was good. He was doing good. This was a dude that struggled. He was in jail. He had some drug problems. The kid's doing very well. And then he stole some shit. Not a lot of shit, like $100 worth of shit. And my friend that owned the business had to let him go. And he didn't take pleasure in it, but he was like, what am I going to do? I'll never be able to trust this dude. Yeah, I think that it's evident that Dusty's probably happy with the drama. I think he is. I think he sees his benefit. I do. I think he's like, great. You know, Andrew was someone that was bringing a lot of shit in here. Now I'll become more valuable to the little world that I'm in, and I could try to grift off of like ops and shit, you know. And I think that's a shame for Sarah's perspective. But yeah, who the fuck is he? Yeah. So anyways, that's it. Mega Max, you ready, man? What's up?
Nothing much. I've just come here to create clip content for your enemies.
Oh, no.
You see, we must expand the right wing. We must acquire more Lebensraum.
Nice, man. I can't believe it. I always assumed that you were more of a Stallone fan than an Arnold.
Oh, it's not an Arnold or anything like that. It's more just like growing up in Germany. It's one of those things of, I swear to God, we're going to get to a point when it comes to like certain historical events where we'll know that they have happened and that they were a bad thing, but no one will remember the actual details of what happened in it.
Yeah, it's sort
point, one of my League of Legends accounts has the name Herr Zyklon B. Now, for those who don't know anything about League of Legends and what Zyklon B and the infamy that Zyklon B has, is in League of Legends, one of the characters I play is Singed, and he runs around gassing people to death with a poison gas. And Zyklon B was a pesticide that the Germans used to murder Jewish people in the gas chambers of the various death camps and work camps and such. And so when you pair those two together, you'd think, hey, someone's making a Nazi joke right there. But no one called me on that. Like in all the hours of playing on that account, no one went, haha, funny account name right there.
Well, I'm just as bad. Like, I'm a poor student of history. I know that. I don't read as much as possible. But it's one of these things, and I think I've talked to you about this before, or at least I've talked about it on the show. It's sort of strange where we can see history being rewritten in real time. Like, not just being rewritten, but just shit we forget about. Like, one of the reasons I used to like when I did the daily shorts, and I might start doing them again, my editor, Black Elk, does a great job of taking my live streams and making them shorts. But when I did the daily shorts, I would wake up every day and say, okay, what's the news story today? It's amazing how much shit we forget from just 6 months ago. You're like, oh yeah, that was the big thing for like 2 weeks.
Well, not only that, but part of it too is that like one of the things that benefits the left is that the things that they actually do and want and the reasons for wanting them are so outrageous that you just repeating it back to a normal person makes you sound like a fucking insane person. Example being queer theory. Do you know what the foundational text for queer theory was? And this is like shit that's taught in colleges and stuff. The foundational paper for queer theory, it was a paper written by Gail Simone about how men who are boy lovers are an oppressed minority, and in the future, we will look back on their oppression in disgust for why we were oppressing these men.
Yeah. I mean, it's insane.
Uh-huh.
dude, I'm not trying to get too far down this rabbit hole, but think of it this way, right? Like, what's the name of the woman from Planned Parenthood?
Margaret Sanger.
Who was blatantly like, I don't want young black babies.
Uh-huh.
And we just, now it's like, oh.
And she's a hero.
Yes. Isn't it crazy? And the intent was, we're going to keep down the black population.
Uh-huh.
Like, the amount of shit like that, it's surreal. And it's here's the real fucking dark pill. It's like, well, how do you know then things that things that you just think that are being portrayed accurately? Like, it's bad enough. I could look back during the pandemic and see people calling for lockdowns, and now they're telling me 4 years later, like, we never did that. What lockdowns?
So, or like, they weren't that bad. They weren't that
right.
insane.
So, what do I know about
Cuomo murdered like a whole bunch of boomers? Right.
So, what do I really know about, like, the Moors attacking Europe or the First Crusade? Like, if I can't even know, if I can see history be written in front of my eyes, what about something that existed before my great grandfather existed?
Well, not only that,
how can I trust that?
That has been like culturally cemented. That's not true. Like, Razorfist has done multiple videos on like communism in Hollywood and stuff like that. And the recent one he did was about communism just in America, that was like full-on infiltration that we had. And anyone who goes on about how, oh, McCarthy, man, that dude was crazy, it's like, no.
Yeah, my boy
he literally was right about everything. And the only reason why he didn't win in the end basically was because he was too moral, in that he didn't want to dox people. He did have an actual list of he did have names of actual communists in the government, but he didn't want to like just go out onto like the news broadcasters like, all right, everyone, here's the names of everyone. Like, he wanted it to be dealt through like a proper lawful process sort of thing.
Yeah. No, it's it's so weird because I talked to Fabian Liberty. He did a whole presentation on McCarthy, and it blew me away how little I knew. And even the last time I talked to him, he was like, dude, you got to check out Razorfist video. He's he does a tremendous job on it. So
you want to know the reason why communist China exists?
What's that?
It's because we let it happen. The communists in our government basically told us, stop backing the anti-communist forces in China. The communist forces in China are democratic. Like, and we had multiple actual communists like literally operate against I think that the guy who was head of the anti-communist forces there, Deng Kao-shek or something like that, like literally to his face, like undermining him and shit like that.
Yep. Yeah, it's unreal.
But then you have like all the Hollywood stuff of like the revisions of like, oh my God, these poor oppressed actors and stuff like that. I mean, we have communist propaganda in our schools.
Yep.
Everyone remember in English literature class having to learn about The Crucible, the play?
No.
The dude who wrote, I had to.
I don't even know that play. No.
The play.
I'm maybe older than you, though. So
yeah. Well, it's the play. The Crucible is about basically Salem, like witch trials, basically about how like the hysterical witch hunts of Salem and stuff like that, and how there were no such thing as witches, and it was basically to be an allegory about how these McCarthy hearings on communism and the House Un-American Activities panel and stuff like that. There's no commies. There's no that. It's like the dude who wrote it was a literal dyed-in-the-wool communist.
Yeah, isn't that cool? Well, that's like
and like one of the other ones were like even like some of the other communists were incredulous. Like, oh, come on, dude. There's no such thing as communist like witches, but there are communists. Like, come on.
Well, basically most of the political violence studies that you see are delved from two different reports. And the one that's been going around most recently, the dude that put it together, is basically a self-avowed member of Antifa. He calls himself like an Antifa historian. And so are you surprised that source is like, I've looked at all these incidences and find that left-wing violence is almost non-existent. No shit,
But it's like the one like easy to point out thing is Bill Ayers.
Right.
Everyone talks about, the right wing doesn't, like, the right wing needs to get its crazies under control. It's like, what? You mean, like, welcome them into the movement after they've done something terrible? Like, like for those who don't know about this, Bill Ayers is a eco-communist who is a literal terrorist that like participated and probably is directly murdered people in eco bombing campaigns back in like with the terrorist group, the Weather Underground.
Yep.
He got pardoned by Bill Clinton during his administration near the end for whatever reason.
Yep.
And so where's Bill Ayers now? Oh, he's teaching college students.
A lot of those dudes. Yeah.
And he was a mentor to Barack Obama.
Yep.
Like, imagine if there was like David Duke actually lynched black people, gets pardoned by George W. Bush, and then goes on to teach in like Hillsdale College.
Right.
And inspires like
JD Vance or something.
Vance to become vice president. It's that sort of level of crazy where it's like, holy shit. The left wing never throws its crazies away. It just integrates them into the movement when the heat dies down.
Yep. It's so frustrating. And we just like, for any of those. And again, it sounds to me like fucking 50 times more about this shit than me, because I am really just a dumb redneck who isn't that well read, and I need to start reading more. But here's the deal, right? Like, you can see this happening in real time. Look at the riots in 2020, the George Floyd riots, and look at how that's just been rewritten. It was being rewritten in real time as it was happening.
Yeah,
and now you can see them doing it again.
That was the meme of the fiery but mostly peaceful protest. It was the fucking footage of that black CNN anchor with a burning building right behind him. It's like, dude, come on, man.
Yeah, I mean, and so now you see it. They're doing it again, right? Where it's like, it's almost all peaceful now.
It's all peaceful.
What
are
you talking about? Here's a picture of Portland,
like the dude it's like, it's so obvious that's like PR bullshit that the moment, all right, guys, we got our PR shot. Now go get out of the dinosaur suit and get up your commie block attire and go assault an ICE agent. Now we got that PR shot for you.
Yeah,
it's like that's what the whole thing of like, oh, look at our little protest, and the No Kings protest is hilarious because it's literally all geriatrics.
Yeah, it's clearly astroturf, and I think that even aside from that, let's take that out, right? I think that it underperformed from what they expected, even with the astroturfing, and you could sort of tell that the reaction, like they're putting up videos from like sports events in like 2017, and it's just like. It's underwhelming. And the problem is this, right? Let me give some advice to the fucking radical left here. You can only go to that well so many times, right?
Especially when it's like, it doesn't work. What a part of Donald Trump wants to be a king?
Right.
Like, if anything, it's everyone else is meaning
alternate electors, the Democrats planned on doing themselves.
Whenever I see Connor go on about like that, it's the fake electors. It's like, dude, like, stop. Just stop.
But they know.
One of those things of like, same with short fat otaku. Like he himself has just gone full TDS, addicted to the moral certainty of enlightened centrism, basically, which is just the left wing victories of whatever year you choose to be like, this is my normal.
Yep.
And it's just like, it's so cringe. And every time you try to bring up the false electors, it's like, dude, come on. You know Donald Trump had that election stolen out from under him. Now, part of it was he did let it happen to himself.
Right.
He trusted the system too much to be like, oh, like, this is obviously BS. We'll get our fair hearing out there. It's like, yeah, Donald, no, you didn't. And no, you didn't.
And listen, I sincerely think that there's about a 49 to a 51% chance that it was stolen. But you have to be able to prove it. And I wasn't a big fan of the alternate electors thing. And I think that they let it get out of control. Like mine state of Pennsylvania, like they fucking voted for, I forget the name of it. But basically the rule that allowed them to do the mass mail-in votings that then the Superior Court later said was against the Pennsylvania Constitution, Superior Court of Pennsylvania. And then, of course, the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania overruled that overruling.
I think it might have been Pennsylvania was like the one where it's like it had more total votes than there were eligible voters. So that obviously, right, it was
be careful. I saw a lot of that was misinformation. But in general, for me...
Well, at the very least, from what I got from Razorfist's coverage of it, we know for certain that Arizona actually went to Trump.
That could be. I will say this.
Like, they had the, like...
even without all of that, right? I do know this, that the fact that a story that was censored that would have been a tipping point of the scandal,
there's
fucking
just not
Hunter
any of
Biden
that
story, right? All of that shit, to me was enough to tip the point. Hey, I'll give you last word, then I got to go take a piss before I piss myself.
no problem.
And I'll get to my next caller, but go ahead.
That's another thing. Is just like, how different would it have been if they actually looked at the laptop? Because I've only heard of stuff on the laptop, and just from what I've heard, like one, Biden's son, Hunter would be like in jail for like sex offenses against like underage minors, from what I've heard, and Joe Biden himself would like that just open a whole can of worms of like various corruption stuff. Like if that was actually seriously investigated and such. Yeah. And I hate when Connor or Destiny are like, oh, the investigations towards Trump were all legitimate. They were actual proper investigations. But like what investigations has Donald Trump done that were actually proper? It's like, dude, you are so dishonest, and it's so easy to tell.
I agree. Well, hey, man, thank you so much. We'll talk again soon. I'll let you go for now, though. Thanks, man.
See ya.
All right, I do have to use the restroom, so I'll give you the Hassan cam without all the electro collars on the dog business. I'm going to go take my water, fill her up. I'll be right back. Thank you all. Get those super chats in. All right. Oh, snap. I see one came in for the chair, I'm guessing. There it is. Average redhead. $2. Thank you. Chair always bringing in all the super chats. What is this? I saw this. Can someone explain what this means? Fezririd? I don't know what that means. Am I too much of a boomer? Is that what's going on? Maybe. Anyways. Keep getting super chats in. Featured. Oh, featured? I'm on YouTube's featured page? No shit. Is that true? I didn't know they had a featured page. Wow. If so, thanks, YouTube. I've been there multiple times. Oh, well, damn, thanks. It's great. Vengeful Truth for $5. I sorry you had to go through all the BS. Myself and fellow Crucibilities are behind you 100%. Well, thank you. Listen, first off, it's not that much BS. It's not. In the grand scheme of things, I can't stress this enough. Fuck Sarah. Fuck Dusty. Fuck Coder. And yet still, I don't think any of this means that you have to understand. This is stupid, petty internet drama bullshit. I don't like some shit that was going on being interrupted and shit like that. I don't like someone trolling and shit like that. Whatever. It's not a fucking big deal. It's really not in that scheme of things, right? So I've gone through what I go through now here is 1,000. I don't want to say that. I used to, when I did home health care, with adults with disability, you would not believe how stressful that could be. Like, fucking insanely stressful. 3 or 4 trolls coming on to fucking troll my show at the end of a show while Sarah sits back and laughs and then tells me, that I fucked up because I didn't understand.
I think he doesn't know the power of the Panelverse.
Oh shit! Not the Panelverse! Oh no! Not the fucking Panelverse! Beware the Panelverse! He doesn't run afoul of the Panelverse! Who could know the great Sarah Tomato? The power she wields! The power of the Panelverse! So listen, it's not a big deal, but the positive that came out of it is that there are an awful lot of people that had very nice things to say about me. So I do appreciate that. So I definitely do, but by no means think that it's like a super terrible thing or anything. Wi-Fi Gospel, $5 says, looking forward to meeting you at DebateCon. God bless. Thank you. For those that don't know, DebateCon's going to be the shit. I'm going down early. I'm going to make myself useful to James, to the Crucible, and to Grid, doing everything I can. If it's just moving chairs about, fine. If it's doing a debate for them, fine. If it's doing an interview for them, fine. If it's helping set up mic equipment, that's fine. Whatever it takes, we're going to make it fun. But I'm actually making it a whole thing. So one negative part is, immediately after DebateCon, you're not going to see me stream probably for a few days because I'm actually taking my family down with me, and we are going to make it a little mini vacation. So I'm going to be staying like 3-4 days afterwards in the Nashville area. We're getting tickets to go to the zoo, like a kids show. So I'm actually going to have a lot of fun with it. So my son will not be around at DebateCon. His grandma and grandpa are coming, and they're going to hang out at the Airbnb we got with him. But my wife will be there, so you'll get a chance to meet my wife, who is not into drama or debate or politics whatsoever. The only thing she has to say about all the drama, the politics, all that shit is, could you keep it down up there when I'm trying to sleep? That's it. Once in a while, I'll get the notice like, it's 3 a.m., stop yelling, So, will I be bringing Hank's dinosaurs? I don't know. All right, next up we got someone who's always an excellent call-in, our good friend Old Joe. So let's bring him up. What's up, Old Joe? How you doing this fine day?
I am not 100% today because I was waffling about calling in. I'm torn about this topic that you're talking about, but I do need to say my piece, so I will do so. As somebody who has personally run afoul of both the Panelverse and Sarah Tomato, I feel in a unique position to comment on what you have experienced. So Sarah and I had a discussion, a one-on-one discussion around duplicitousness, around saying one thing and doing another, about advising people not to take things personally and then taking things personally yourself. And after this discussion took place, Sarah has taken the time to pay her own money to ban me off of channel or ban me out of chats as well as off of panels. Now, this is the game over there, right? And I understand that. But what bugs me is, what was the expectation? I mean, what I'm trying to talk around is there is a culture. Sarah mentioned the power of the Panelverse. She's actually being quite astute. There's a culture over there that most people don't understand. And you had one of your trollers mention me specifically when he came in and trolled and said, Old Joe says, that we're negative over there, and that, robnoerr has a healthy channel. I'd like to correct the record on that, if I could.
Sure.
My statement was that the place is sick, not just negative, that it's a place that breeds dysfunction, and that the bullying that happens over there is not healthy. I've been saying this for weeks now, and I think this is what Sarah was referring to when she said, you can't mess with people here. what she's actually saying is that there's a few people that you can't mess with, or you will be trolled relentlessly, even if what you say is the truth. I'll give you an example. There are people over now saying that what happened to Sarah was not damaging to her channel. They'll convince themselves of that. It's a disaster. She's still bleeding subs. Now, whether I agree with that or not, the point is that what has gone on has cost Sarah dramatically financially. And even to admit that is a problem within that context. So what I'm saying, Rob, is when you consider how you react to a scenario, and when you consider how you react to being overtalked, Jordan Peterson has a great saying. He says the left has no limiting principle. When have they gone too far? Now, all of these people that are criticizing your reaction to that debate, at what point do you have the right to walk away? When can you say, this is enough, enough is enough? I make my living doing this. A lot of you don't. You're here as hobbyists. For me to be here with somebody shouting and screaming over top of me is not worth my time. Would they agree that that is a legitimate statement to be made at some point in time? And if so, when is that point in time? That would be the question I would put to them.
Yeah, and that's the point I'm struggling with. As you know, I've talked about this in the show, even going back a couple weeks, even with the debate with Destiny. Like, if you like, I'll play this clip real quick. No, I encourage everyone. Here's the thing: I am subjective, right? So let me be clear. You're getting one side of the account from me. If I say I debated old Joe and the moderator was Andrew Wilson, and I thought that old Joe talked over me the whole time, like maybe that's true, maybe not. Maybe because of my bias or whatever, but I'm clearly approaching it from a perspective that's like, my own. It's my own sort of bias. It's my own subjective interpretation of what's going on. Let me see. I have this video here. Somewhere. So my man Black Elk, who is the best in the business. I'm constantly impressed with Black Elk. He really does.
Well, you're looking. Well, are you putting it up now, or
yeah? So I'll just say this. Yeah, I'll say this real quick. With Black Elk, part of it, I don't know if you have this, old Joe. I've constantly been impressed with people that do things I can't. So, like, I'm impressed with people that could debate better than me, but not as impressed as I am someone who could, like, draw a simple painting, because I can't draw for shit. So you might, if you're like a coder, you might see, or an editor, you might see what people do and go, yeah, that's okay. But for me, it's like magic. I'm like, wow, how does he do this shit? So I'll just play this real quick for you. And this was a debate I had, with Destiny over a month ago. Oh, sorry. You go in this big interruption tirade and you spurk out and you're like, you can't control yourself because you know that you're incapable of winning a debate on even platform. That's why you have your audience right now feeding you shit. That's what you do. I get it. Like, I totally understand. You're an army of 6,000 that are all dog shit. I'm an army of 1 that crushes you constantly. I assume you're going to rage quit and fucking blacklist me again at the end of this, as is your want. But what you can see is I'm pointing to specific things and you just spurg out and talk about all of this. Blah, 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 blah.
Wait, hold on, Rob. You understand that I'm saying that
it's always this.
How is it supposed to affect the election? It was an ICA. You just said it. To the presidential daily briefings. You dipshit. You just trying to trap me. No, the whole point of that email was to prove that the Hillary Clinton, why do you say alleged? It's more propaganda. That's not an allegation. You don't have an appendix from the Durham report, but you keep calling the appendix from the Durham report. It's the shitty. That's why he's asking for a second ICA. You're trying to compare that ICA? A million bullshit investigations, Rob. The whole point is to make you think the theory that you're about to say, Rob. How are you so stupid? No, that should have been used, and everything should be investigated. They didn't even say that it came from Oppo Research. Stand that right now. It does matter. It's fake. You're the one saying. Are you saying that? You're saying that all of it should have been treated equally. They ended up becoming that. They didn't go there operating on the assumption that they were going to get a Russian. They wouldn't have to believe that's the case. They're investigating.
Now, it's funny. I just want an excuse to play that clip. But in my opinion, in that debate, I constantly got yelled over. And as I said, I've talked to Destiny before in a non-debate framework, and he had told me, you let me talk over you too much. And so it's been a frustration of mine for a while that I think that I'm a pretty good debater. And yes, it is true. I'm used to more of a formal debate style. But I don't think that that means that I have to be limited to a formal debate style. However, sort of the ability to talk over each other, and it's one thing to have a little interruption here or there, but it becomes this constant drumbeat, right? And I notice it a lot of times when I'm doing these bigger debates. The difference is when I'm debating Destiny, there's value that I get out of it, even if I know that this shit's going to occur. But what's the value I get if I'm just on an open panel? And Joe, you've been talking to me for over a month. You're like, Rob, I don't think you should do these anymore. I don't understand what value you're getting out of it at this point, because at this point, it just sort of becomes a troll fest. And what's unique is you had no idea that I had received a message from Sarah in the background that said, and I'm quoting, it said, let's see. The panelists subconsciously see your trigger points and zero in on it. They do it to you every time you're on. You're an easy target. So like when you're telling me this and I'm in my head like, why the fuck do I even do these anymore? What am I getting out of it? Sarah, who's watching it happen, is like, but it's your fault. It's your fault, Rob. They're targeting you. And I know that it's a clique over there, and that's okay. They can have their little clique. That's fine. But as you say, at some point, don't I have the right to say, you know what? I'm done with this. And so when for this guy Toasted, who's a fan of the show, who's probably not a fan anymore because I had a little exchange with him on Discord, but he's a fan of the show and says, will you do this debate against Dusty and Ryan? Sure. If it's a debate, because that wasn't billed as open panel. And so when I'm like, here we go again, the same shit, the spurging out, the interruptions. And when I said, I'm going to be quiet until you stop interrupting, and Ryan made his little fucking, whoa, good, that means I get to talk more. In my head, I was like, all right, motherfucker. Because I don't know what to do about it anymore. And so I said, fine, I'll be quiet the rest of the panel. That was it.
I agree with what you're saying, and I'll make a couple points. And I want to get this in before we either get sidetracked or I'm not able to say it. It's important for me to say that I read in the comments that somebody kind of suggested that Dusty would have done this and enjoyed benefiting from the drama it created. That's not my belief. I don't believe that about the man. I don't think that's true. What I think Dusty does is react in the moment. A scenario has occurred now, and I don't think, and he can speak for himself, but I don't think he's taking joy or pleasure in the fact that this has cost, an associate of his. I don't agree with his position on Sarah. I don't think so. When you read that message out, it was jarring to me because I've had more interactions with these people than you probably know. And Sarah does not live her own life that way. And this is just my opinion. People can disagree with me. I believe that was demonstrated in our private conversation, not private, public, on panel that we had. That it's easy to tell somebody, oh, don't take things personally, but harder to do it yourself. And I think that when Sarah talks about the power of the panelverse, let me get a little philosophical here. I think what she's referring to is this shield that exists around all of them, that shields them from any kind of real independent thought and real objective reality. It's a world that they can create in that place where they can be anybody they want to. And I'm partially guilty. My name isn't Old Joe, but I'm up here under an avatar. And as you've pointed out, I don't often show my face. There's appeal to that, but there's also a danger. And so, Rob, in coming back to your reaction, I think that at some point, this is extremely difficult for me to do. At some point, you're going to have to disregard what these people think about you, because they are a very vocal group, but they're a very small group as well. And some of the stuff coming out of there is irrational, and it's a product of dysfunction. And that will only take you to a place where you don't want to go. And I say that flippantly, Rob, because people's opinion about me matters. It bugs me when somebody has an opinion about me that I feel is unjustified. And I feel the need to correct that error. But in this case, I don't think that's possible.
I think it's great advice. And here's what I'll say to it. Part of the reason for me doing a show here today is because I knew that on my normal scheduled call-in show tomorrow, this was going to be it. That I was going to get people calling in like, oh shit, because that'll be the first call-in show post this fallout. And so I was like, let's just get it out now talk about it. And that'll be that, because I knew that people would want to talk about it, and that's perfectly reasonable. And the whole idea of the call-in show is, as long as it's within terms of service, and anyone who's followed me for a long time knows, this is less annoying to talk about than the fucking 19th Amendment stuff that I used to get called every 5 seconds. What about repealing the 19th Amendment? And it's like, ugh. Sometimes it does get old to talk about the same stuff, but the point of a call-in show, much like the point of the open panel, is to give people their chance to talk about the things that they want and accept. The difference between the panel and this is to give my opinions on the topics they want to talk about. The panel, the open panel, and the idea behind it I really respect, which is, how do you give people in an audience that elsewise, might not be people that have enough free time or enough opinions or enough confidence to start their own channel, but nonetheless have things that they want to say. And I think that the idea of an open panel is a great spot for something like that. And so I wanted to talk about it today, but I do hope that I could move on from it eventually. And I mean this from the bottom of my heart. I don't want to work with Sarah anymore. I don't. I have no problem with what happened. I'm not apologizing. Andrew shouldn't apologize. If Sarah doesn't apologize, that's fine. That's well within her rights. I sort of don't blame her, because at this point, it's not going to do much anyways. And, so, she trudges forward. That's fine. No problem. But I don't really, I'm with you in that no matter what, I'm the type of person that you're always like, geez, what people think of me matters. But I am intuitively aware that these people at the end of the day are sort of small enough that it's irrelevant. And if they ever become big enough where it does become relevant, then you just shrug your shoulders and you say, well, I still don't know that their opinion of me matters, because I think it's coming from a place of irrationality and like sort of personal animus. As far as so I do plan on just moving on. I'm not going to watch Sarah's channel or watch Dusty's channel. It was talked about in my Discord. Now, as people know, probably criminally so, I don't talk on my Discord a lot. That's because I spend a lot of time publicly on stream, and I'll be honest with y'all, when I'm not on stream, most of the time I'm hanging out with my family, and I'm not really doing stuff like checking the Discord. But I happened to be looking, and I saw that a supporter that I respect, RB, was on there and had some, I thought, reasonable criticism. And that criticism was basically maybe one that you would share, Joe, which was, why even agree to take this debate? You didn't realize it was probably going to end up a shit show? Yeah, I guess. But, I explained it to him on there. And then there was Toasty. And Toasty was the person who set this debate up. And I still kind of feel bad for Toasty. And I feel bad for Trippy. And Toasty, on the Discord is basically making warranted criticisms of me to some degree. But basically he's like, well, why couldn't I just let this go with Sarah? Why did I have to say anything? So I'm giving my point of view on it. And he's doing this thing where it's like, well, I'm just saying, this isn't my actual opinion. Don't we want people to be devil's advocate, basically? And I'm like, okay. And then simultaneously, someone screenshots, he's on Sarah's Discord, basically calling you a piece of shit right now. So I'm just like, okay, go fuck yourself then. I don't care. But I don't really want to spend a lot of time ruminating on it. Like I said, debate, I say this all the time in the show. I mean this from the bottom of my heart. People have no idea the amount of projects that the Crucible's working on behind the scene. And eventually, probably within a month, one of those projects is going to be announced. And all I'll say is, I think the majority of the audience is going to go, holy shit. I can't believe this is happening. And I'm just going to say, when that comes out, people are going to be like, oh, that's why Rob's been so busy. That's why Andrew's been so busy. And that's just one of 20 things, in addition to public things that are already out there, like DebateCon or Jubilee type events and things like that are being set up. So there's a lot of work going on behind the scenes. I'm not going to give a shit about this. It's going to be a story for 3 to 4 days. Maybe Sarah's channel hits the skids. Maybe Sarah's channel takes off. Maybe Dusty and Radical Coder become the next big things. That's all groovy. I don't care. I want to move on from it eventually. And it's not because I feel bad. It's just because, what's the point? I've said my piece. And so I think you have sound advice there. The only other thing worth saying is the idea of Sarah saying, don't take it personally. I mean, that's my view of it is, look, I don't know. Maybe I should just keep it. I've already said enough, so I guess I'll
Well,
say this.
let me jump in. Let me bail you out from saying something, and then, like your wife gave you the advice, ruminate on it a little bit, and you can
Right.
come back after it. I'll say two pieces. I'll say a non-fan. I'll make a non-fan comment, and then I'm going to finish off with, since the term is popular, I'm going to use the term cupcaking. I'll
There we
finish
go.
off with a cupcaking comment toward Rob. So, Rob, you mentioned earlier about motives and what you see the Panelverse potential is as an exchange of ideas. Not everybody thinks that way, and Sarah alluded to it. There are many, many people in there, some high profile people that you wouldn't think, that see that place as their family, as a way to replace the relationships that they should be getting in the real world, but don't. So you can imagine how that puts a different dynamic to a person who comes in a debate. You mentioned the other day that you had somebody kick sand in the face of your son. Now, you know that this wasn't on purpose.
Right.
It wasn't, but yet it stirred a reaction in you that you almost couldn't control and had to leave, because the little kid that did it was not doing this intentionally, but he hurt somebody that was close to you. Well, this is the same reaction that you're getting from these people. The power of the Panelverse is a beautiful statement by Sarah. I'm glad she made it, because it's referring to something obliquely that actually exists. Yeah. Can I make my last statement now, or do you have something you wanted to say?
I was just going to say, the only thing I'll say is, when it comes to the idea of saying it, don't take it personally. Like, when she said that to me, I think that I'm getting the same vibe when she said it to you, where it's sort of condescending, because it's like, well, right, that's easy to say. And for me, this whole the message she sent me that was like, let me give you some unsolicited advice on how to handle around here. It came across to me as sort of like, you know, I'm the boss around here, and here's what you need to do to be successful. But it's okay, like a pat in the head, like, you'll be all right. And I'm kind of looking at this like, I'm not trying to be a dick about this, and this is gonna, but I kind of looked at it like, I kind of thought I was doing you a favor more than vice versa. I kind of thought that, like, you know, when I'm sitting here and I'm like, I don't want to go on the open panel because it's sort of puts me on a lower tier. Oh, but Rob Connor's on there. And my audience will be like, go over there. And then I go over and I'm in the background, and Sarah will go, oh, Rob's in the background. Someone want to pay to bring him up? I thought that sort of like, that's cool. I'm helping out a right-wing creator, and to a degree it helps me out. But then to be told, like, if you want to be in my playground, let me give you some advice, young man, on how to do it. And don't take things personally. And I just thought, like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, I don't think that's how you would operate. I don't think you would.
No.
And then now I find out that, like, she's saying, like, well, Rob was chasing away my left-wing streamers, and Rob's a killjoy. And it sounds like she was taking shit personally. It's what it sounds like, but well, I digress. Yeah. I'll leave you finish. I'm sorry.
This was the thrust of the discussion that we had on Flo's panel. Exactly this, where I was claiming that she takes things personally while telling others not to. But rather than going into that, I'll make because I know you got guys in the back or people in the back that want to comment. I was asked by your troll there what the difference between your channel and the other channels was. He was upset that I had made the comment that I have characterized your content as healthy and some other content that I go to as not. And the difference is that when we come to your panel, we see guys welding, we see guys working during the day shift, and that's not the same thing we see on other panels. But this is what I will say, a deeper comment. I'm a huge boxing fan. And Mike Tyson's first trainer said this about him. Why was Mike Tyson so dangerous to other fighters? It's because Mike Tyson only needs a moment. When he was in his prime, if he saw you hurt for an instant, he would jump on you, and he finished fighters off quickly. Well, this is how I feel, Rob. I feel that in terms of debate, skill, and knowledge, you only need a moment. And one moment is all it's going to take. And your channel is going to take off to the place where guys like me, little guys like old Joe, won't be on panel anymore. And that's a good thing. And I personally want to see that happen. I think it's right on the cusp of it, not out of fluke, because of what you bring to the table. That's what makes your channel different than some of the other ones I've visited. So with that being said, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, old Joe. I always appreciate it, man. I really do. It's my pleasure, and I always enjoy hearing from you. Thank you so much.
Okay, see you.
All right. So sorry. We're gonna bring up Geo next. But first, Eclipse, thank you so much, man. 50 gifted subs. Thank you, man. It really means a lot. You've been unbelievably generous today, and thank you so much. People's support has been absolutely amazing. But financial support's always great, too. Thank you. She want to touch it, another 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. And then Gorilla becomes a member, says Big W thinking, and gifts 2 more memberships. Thank you so much. Now, I see that our good friend that called in the other day to troll has changed his name. And now is in the background trying to come back in and troll again, is what he's doing. So, Gio, if you don't mind, real quick before I bring you up, we'll deal with this for a couple seconds. So you went through a name change, right?
No,
to come up.
No.
That's yes, you did. You did change your name, yes or no?
It's connected to my Facebook. That's all
okay, but you this is a separate account than the one that you called in trolling the other day.
Sure, yeah, but I believe that if you hear me out, I don't think that I'm not just a troll. It's not all I exist to do here. So I believe I did call
I'll give
him
you a
once
couple
before.
minutes.
Well, no, I think it's unfair to, because this is what I believe happened, right? I didn't know much about you. I didn't know sort of the dynamic that you hold. From all I could tell, you were a standard conservative. I still don't know that much about you, but I know a ton more than I did initially, right? So for me, the ammo was very limited, right? But I'm curious, is this a space that, you just have an open dialogue with anyone about anything except for things that might be offensive? Or is this kind of a place to be tested?
Now, listen, we'll try this out, right? It has to be within terms of service, right? Like, okay. So obviously any calls of violence, racial slurs, shit like that, homophobic slurs, that can't be there. I think even those of you that are trolling understand that, right? That that's too much. But I don't mind people that want to insult me, this, that, and the other, or disagree with me.
What's the difference between trolling and insulting?
Well, trolling would be like when a group of people are on a panel together, right? And they're intentionally coming over, being intentionally disingenuous, like that guy that had the cowboy hat on that was like,
yeah, fuck that guy.
Okay, nonetheless, but then you're admitting, right? You're on there admitting like, oh, we'll get him next time. We'll have a song or something like that. And
what else I admitted? I admitted that we did horrible.
I know you did, which is hilarious. You did do horrible, but you acknowledged that you guys were trolling.
Sure. So here, but the full story.
Then what's the point? Why are you asking me the definition?
Well, no, I'm just okay because I just wanted to know your clarification. But what happened was I got a text, to jump on. It was pretty late. I was about to go to sleep, and then I get a text. Hey, can we get the Pillsbury Doughboy photo? Because people they
Who
hit me up
texted
for David Wayne because Flow State said it. He said it out loud, and then David Wayne heard it. He's just
And this is a producer of Dusty's show.
He's not actually a producer. We're just fucking with him.
A mod or something.
Yeah, he's just a guy in Kentucky. But so he sends me the message, and then I go up there, and then everyone's jumping on, and then he's like, "Yeah, he's live right now." So I was like, okay, I'll jump on. Not to do something on behalf of Flow State, but when I got over there, I realized that there's so many people just doing that I was like, there's no way I'm going to be able to look as though I'm not doing that. And even when I attempted to, when I said, hey, what's up with this whole No Kinks thing? We're going to go there tomorrow. You just ignored it because you were just in the fight or flight mode. So I don't think I actually had a fair chance.
I mean, I don't think that my position there's unreasonable when you're coming in with a background as trolls are coming in one after another, and you're clearly coming from the same community, and your background is a picture of me as the Pillsbury Doughboy. I don't think that, and then you'd be like, oh, actually, I was just here for a civil conversation on a different topic.
Well, no, I mean, the truth is kind of in the middle, right? To where I think that there's a lot of people in this space that aren't as interesting to talk to as others. So I find it, I can't force something. If I don't know much about you, I can't really make it happen. And that was what I was trying to do. And that was obviously
okay. Well, so how about this? For the sake of tonight, I'll give you one there's a bunch of people calling, right? If you want to call in some other day, that's fine. But you have one central point that you would like to make real quick, because I promised another guy I would bring him up next. And then you can call in tomorrow when I do my call-in show if you like.
Okay. I mean, you can put me backstage. I just wanted to clear up that there's value in sort of realizing that just because someone might troll, it's not all that they are, especially with me. You're going to see in a year, Modern Men Lost Again is going to be the next destiny, except I'm not a leftist, right? I'm not a left winger. I'm also not a right winger. So thank you. I'll see you on the other side.
All right. Good luck. All right. More super chats. 10 gives 2. 10, it's nice to hear from you, man. It's been a while. So just wanted to show my support. Love you, brother. Chair, not even to me. Look at this legend. Eclipse. $100 says boot. Oh, I thought he said, I'm so sorry. I would have booted him sooner. I didn't know that said boot. I saw it come up real quick. I thought it said like nice soul patch. And I was like, oh, he's booted. He's gone. He can call back in Monday. I'm not super pissy. And Nazir says, Sarah's banning people that commented on her post videos. Literally only quoted her. Can't see her videos or comment anymore. Coward behavior from her. I don't know anything about that. I've certainly banned people from my channel, so. All right. Gio, I'm so sorry, man. I saw that he was there. Wanted to bring him up real quick. How you doing today, my friend?
Good. Mic check. 1 2 1 2.
It's a little crackly.
Okay, 1 second.
Anyways,
right,
maybe modern man, he's gonna be the next Destiny, so good for him. It sounds better, I think.
One moment. I just have to switch my mic. And we're good.
Still just a tad crackly, but it's understandable. It's not the worst.
Okay. Well, I mean, it kind of goes into a piggyback on what I wanted to say. One thing I will say that I haven't heard anyone else say is the people that have met the Crucible, yourself, Rattlesnake and Sarah, right? Because I never knew about Sarah until I saw Andrew debate on there, you as well. And the one thing that is common with the Crucible side of things, not right versus left, but the Crucible, they hold everyone accountable. I've joined debates on their server where I've been proven wrong in something that I believe to be right for many years. So they hold others critical as they hold themselves. And you've carried that torch, which is why I'm so happy for you that, Andrew has you, within the platoon of great men speaking truth. Because hopefully, I'll be a bit honest with you. I would love to be a part of what you guys are doing. I'm almost 40. Retirement, is very soon. Just bought a house, so I want to, put my feet to the ground because I know what it takes to be successful, but to do it in an honest way. Last night, I was on her open panel with Dusty, and she had made a statement where if we want her to speak about this situation, that we can give her $100. I wasn't going to do that, right? But what I did do is I slightly interrupted Dusty when it called, to be done, to the point where he got upset and he complained about me interrupting everyone all the time. But what actually happened was that I had an immediate response to their script because the script never changes. You ask a question, and they answer with a question, and they pivot about how dumb our question is, right? So, again, I showed respect, decorum. I said, Sarah, I don't see eye to eye with everything you say or how you operate, but best of luck. And didn't mention Crucible one time because I'd rather show with example of how impeccability really is versus, I'm gonna go over there and troll because Rob, is mad at her. See, I would never represent you in that way, and I hope that others feel the same way.
Okay, so let me say this first off. To you or to anyone else, I want to make this clear. I had another person reach out to me that was like, hey, I sort of did the panel. And I by no means whatsoever would I judge anyone for continuing to be a fan of Sarah or continuing to use that platform to call on and stuff. No, so to anyone that's listening that's like, oh, does this mean I can't go over to Sarah? Not at all. Not from my perspective, and I can't speak for Andrew, but I'm 99% sure he would feel the same way. No problem whatsoever. So that's, and listen, regardless of what you think, Sarah is a person right now that's offering these sort of open panels, and it's tough, man. It's tough to get into the debate sphere and get debates and stuff. There's an opportunity where you could go in and talk to people about political issues, and I do think there's utility in that. So I don't begrudge anyone. And the nature of this is there's people that are moderators on her channels that donate to me. There's people that are moderators on my channel that like her channel. It would be absurd to say oh, well, you got to make a choice. I'm not saying that whatsoever.
Right.
The idea of if Dusty's mad that people are interrupting him or something, that's just a little schadenfreude. That's funny. But yeah, as far as Sarah telling people they have to donate money to talk about the situation, hey, listen, she might understand that there's going to be financial hit somewhat to the channel. So monetize what you can, right? It's not a bad strategy to say, like, listen, you monetize. If there's a controversy, then monetize it, baby. So, hey, no hard feelings there either with that sort of thing. Like I said, if Sarah wants to go on and talk to me about it one time, I would be happy to do it. I think that it was, and from my perspective, I've been clear. I think it was shit. I think Sarah's moderation's been shit to me. I think she's had an axe to grind with me for a while. I don't appreciate the little fucking unsolicited advice she's sending me, but I kept my mouth shut. When she went on the panel and they were trolling me, I figured, well, it's public now, so I'll say my piece publicly. Power of the Panelverse, fuck you, and that's it. Yeah. So, I mean, hey, everything else, though, I just, that's it. That's it as far as I'm concerned. So.
But I'm never one to correct a friend, but I feel that correction means that I care about you, right, Rob? So I hope you accept this equally. So when you say power of the Panelverse, correction, sir. I'm very bald, so I'm very honest in tandem. Power truly means TikTok. So the power of the TikTok verse, because my name is Geoverse, so I'm well adept to the multi-verse syndrome that they operate logic with, right? So in TikTok is where I began all my debating. I met a man named Andrew Wilson on Invasion one time, and I loved it, and I tried to, emulate that. But with the muting and the bad moderation, I felt like I never garnered a good faith debate like you have, or Jay Dyer, Rattlesnake, and Sarah's channel, found by me through the Crucible. You're right. It's a great space where she even says it herself. If you're new to debate, come on down. There's open topics. But a lot of us come into this because we care about certain topics that require impeccability and honest conversation. But there are others that take these same topics that we may be passionate about and make a joke out of it or just bait it. And it's just bad business, especially if you want to promote the debate space to the next generation or people currently that feel that they don't have a voice. So Rob and the Crucible, I thank you guys for taking our journey to finding our own voice in society seriously and offering honest, impeccable debates. And if Sarah does lose your fans of hers, it's honestly no one's fault but her own. It's self-sabotage at its finest. But that doesn't mean I won't go there, and practice my debate. But by no means will I ever kiss anyone's ass. And Dusty, literally, you can clip this. I would debate him for no money any given time, only to prove robnoerr correct with 100%, live 4K footage for sure. Like he's terrible. Like he admitted to trolling in front of you while you guys were watching him say it to you. So the lies and all these things that happen, people online are like children, and children always listen to adults. That's what they do. So unfortunately, people like Dusty, Ryan, Destiny, events happen. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. Events happen. There's causation and there's outcomes to the cause that you're bringing in fun online trolling. So next steps is definitely not one step back at all. So good luck to you, Rob, and I'll listen to your final word and drop.
Yeah, sure. I appreciate it, man. Your mic was crackling a little, but it was okay. But for the next, work on. I'm not saying this is to be an asshole. I know you call into a lot of places, so I think it might be your connection though, not your mic. So, but Gio, thank you so much for the kind words. I really appreciate it, man. And hopefully we'll talk soon. I'll be doing the call-in show tomorrow, so thank you.
Thank you. And I will look into getting a better setup going. Yeah. But like I said, this is my
DM
first
me
year.
if you need some advice. But yeah, it's all right, man. Take it easy. Andrew admitted that he was going to back Rob even if he was wrong and was being a spoiled, arrogant baby, almost like they have a financial incentive to back each other even when they're wrong. No, we're like really good friends. That's the incentive. The money's irrelevant. Andrew Wilson does not need me to make money. Andrew Wilson was a household name making hundreds of thousands of dollars well before I was ever part of the Crucible. It is not. What Andrew was saying is, this is my friend, and sometimes, even if your friend's wrong, you have their back. Now, I'm not wrong, and he said, I'm not saying Rob is wrong, but even if he was wrong, I have his back. That's the point. I'm not being an asshole, but I wonder, sometimes I wonder if people have friends like that in real life. This is something, again, I've said. Like, I hate to fucking give someone in the Destiny orbit credit, but when all this shit with these lawsuits and shit broke about Destiny, so many of his orbiters were like jockeying, ooh, how can I stick around and still get the clout and the views from Destiny, while at the same time, oh, I find this reprehensible and blah, blah, blah. His friend Dan, who I did a stream with, and I asked Dan to his face, I'm like, what do you think? He said, I'm sticking by Destiny, he's my friend. I said, I respect that. I respect it. So I don't know what to say, right? Suki, thank you so much. Suki Farrell, $10, thank you. Really appreciate. Z Hex, $5 says, I'm a Crucible supporter. Now I'm yours too. Way above these no-life people, not one step back. Thank you so much. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Nazir. Nasir. There, now I got it better. It literally says how to pronounce it. $2 says, and if I talk ish, I actually super chat. L. L Tomato, thank you. And Nasir for $2 more says, mute this guy, background noises. Yeah, it was, but he got it. Kokomo, thanks so much for gifting 5 memberships. But I know, I don't think people would think this, but please let me be clear. If you are on a Dusty panel, I don't give a shit. If you're on a Radical Coder panel, I don't care. If you're on Sarah, that doesn't make me dislike you at all. And I in no way, shape, or form am I trying to say like, well, it's, you can't be fans of them if you're fans of me. All right, we're going to try this one. I'm sketched out. This is probably a troll because of the situation here, but we'll give it a try anyways. Why not? Premonition, what's up?
Hello, dear. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, I'm not a troll.
It just, you understand with the cam, most people just have an avatar with the cam the way it is. It looks.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm in my 60s, and
You don't have to cam up. That's not what. But here, let me show you real quick. This is how it looks for most people. See, it's got an avatar. That's the only reason. But I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, it's okay. And I've been trying to figure out how to get my website picture on there, and I can't. Anyway, you boys are about the same age as my son, who's 41.
That's how old I am. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's an OG from 10,000 years ago. Anyway, so I'm grandma age. And there's a couple things I have to say. I just adore you and Andrew. And though what I witnessed happen to you hurt me deeply because I am a mother, I do know that this is a passing thing, and that in just days, this will be a long lost memory for all of you involved, and you will go your way and just rock it up. You can already tell the momentum for you is beginning, and the very kind things that Andrew had said about you, and so I follow you now. I joined your thing.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I wish I could give more money, but I am on a fixed income.
Please. No problem. Yeah.
Yeah, but I do want you to know that the discussion of the Sarah thing will end very soon, and it will probably never be spoken of again after you guys do the big thing that you're all preparing for.
Yeah.
Everybody's attention is going to be on that, and she will go her way, and you guys will go yours, and probably never the twain shall meet again. I'm assuming. I'm almost finished. I wanted to say a couple of things. I do know how you feel. I have always been. I was raised in a very submissive. I'm an anti-feminist. So
okay.
Yeah. I have always been the bullied one, and because I've never learned how to stand up for myself.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why that hurt me. So watching what was happening to you. And I did want to say, it's happened to me my whole life. I mean, just the pile-ons. And in certain circumstances, it can affect your life gravely. And in others, you walk away. Fortunately for you, you'll be able to walk away from this. I don't know if the young woman will or not. the damage she did. It's not relevant. But I do want to say that the things that I've learned from Andrew, just even though I'm in my 60s, I have, from watching him, I'm taking him as a teacher. I've learned assertiveness from him. The not one step back is, that is in my mind always, to watch somebody stand up for themselves. I've never visualized that. I've never seen how you do that. So I'm actually learning from you guys and how to say no.
Well, thank you. I will say I got a lot of people. I hope you tune in for this next caller because I think that it's something you might enjoy. But let me say this: thank you. I really appreciate it. I really do, the kind words, and I'm glad. It's always nice to hear people that are friends of mine like Sarah, or I'm sorry, people that are friends of mine like Andrew, and how many people he's reached with positive messages on the Crucible. It really does. It means a lot. I do call-in shows pretty much every weekday. I would be happy to have you call in. We could talk about anything you like. I do have stuff to do later today, and I have like 12 more callers to get to, so I'm going to have to let you go. But Premonition, thank you so much. I can't tell you how much I appreciate the kind words.
Yeah, and I will be here, and I do not like the doughboy guy. That was very cool.
He's a little off, isn't he? Hey, thanks so much, Premonition.
Thank you, dear.
Now, I just want to make it clear. I don't think what happened to me was that bad. I don't mind. I've had trolls before. These trolls, I mean, I'll say this again, Dusty and company, that trolling, there's obviously much more significant trolling, like fucking with your family and stuff like that. Ben Thorpe, did you say something about Andrew's wife's deceased child?
I responded to him saying something about it.
I don't think I ever want to talk to you again. That's fucking so beyond the pale, it's absurd.
Why?
Because you don't fuck with someone's deceased child.
I'm not fucking with his deceased child.
You brought it up. I don't know what the context was.
No, I didn't bring it up.
I saw that was brought up. I don't. That's it. Fucking done. Goodbye. I've been waiting for that call for a while. I don't give a fuck what the circumstances was. You want to say Andrew's shit, he's a bad debater, he's wrong about this or that. I don't care. That's fine. You don't bring that shit up. It's fucking ridiculous. That's it. Now, some super chats. Kokomo, thanks so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Really appreciate it. Perry Incorporated, thanks so much. $10 says, I thought I enjoyed Sarah's moderation, but clearly that was not when you were there because I couldn't fathom why she said the things that she said, that you said she said. Thank you, sir. Crusader, $10 says, Rob, they're jealous of you and Andrew. You have way more supporters and friends, fans than all of them put together. Andrew backed you because he's your friend, and we all back you as well, not one step back. Thank you. Andrew's been incredibly generous to me even before I was an employee there. When Andrew hired me, I told him, I said, listen, even if you didn't hire me, anytime you need help with anything, you give me a fucking shout. And I'll have more free time on my hands if I'm not working my ridiculous fucking hours upon hours a day job. So, But no, I'll always have Andrew's back, and he'll always have mine. Anthony AJC, 10 subs. Thank you so much, my friend. Nasir says, if you read this, you are gahe. Is that like something all the hip kids are saying now? I guess I'm gahe. Is that right? Clip it. My name is AGL. Says, why are you gaha? Gahe? Gahai? I don't know. What's that word? Justin Martins, how you doing, my friend? $10 says, as Macho Man once said, the cream will rise to the top. Can't wait to see what you guys are up to. Cheers up. Thank you. Really appreciate it, Justin. Always appreciate your support. And Nasir, $5 says, careful with those who don't cam up, man. I've seen other streamers get corn posted or say something to get your live shut down. I know. Don't worry, we got a bunch more of them. How long is the speaker line? We're going to try to go, Josie, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people in front of you. Crusader again gives 5 memberships. Thank you so much. And then MN Conservative, $20 is not one step back. Thank you. Always appreciate it, you guys. Normally we do the whip song shit, but we'll pass on that today. All right, I'm assuming we'll get one troll out of the non-cam people. We'll see though. Ben, if I'm mistaken, then forgive me, but fuck you. What I heard was you were talking shit, bringing up that situation. Fuck off. That's it. If I'm wrong, sorry. Understand a lack of communication, but I'm not fucking bothering to look into the situation. Fuck you. I think it's out of control. That's it. Jared, what's happening?
What's going on, Rob? How are you doing today, sir?
Doing very good. What's happening?
Oh, dude, I'm just a big fan of you. Been listening to you I've only discovered you like a month ago, so but I'm just gonna say you're pretty lucky to have a friend like Andrew. I mean, I was in his live chat with him last night, listening to him, and he's completely right, man. I mean, loyalty is something that should be admired and should go a long way. And I'm in that age, I'm 23, and you know how it is when you're young. You latch on to like role models to follow, and there's a lot of young men that choose the wrong role model. That's kind of a problem. But I feel like with you and Andrew, I feel like I made the right choice there.
Yeah. Well, listen. Let's assume you're not trolling. You had definitely a troll sounding inflection there, beginning. But let's say this. I don't know that I'm trying to be a role model for anyone, and Andrew could speak for himself. I think that just having political opinions, cultural opinions, and sort of talking about your life and how things go, if that could have a positive influence on someone, I think that's a good thing. So appreciate the kind words.
Well, I'm definitely not trolling. If I came off that way, that's definitely not the way.
No. Maybe I'm just a little. Maybe I'm just a little particular with people who aren't camped up. But no. That's fine. Well, I'm glad that you enjoy watching Andrew's show, and you've been watching me for a month or something. I do think that's good. I think that a lot of people, younger people today, I think if you're looking sort of to where we are culturally as a country, there's sort of what I would consider a lot of like secularism bullshit out there, and a lot of people that you would look up to. Sometimes I think it's not necessarily the best thing for young people to be seeing. For example, the entertainment industry is inundated with people that I think have a bunch of garbage left-wing positions. But, I think that oftentimes I was lucky, and people that I knew were lucky, because we have a community here where I live in rural Pennsylvania where there's a lot of like guys that I think to look up to that are really good. I have my dad, the guy that was my debate coach, I looked up to. The guys like my in-laws, both of my father-in-laws, I think are amazing people. A bunch of people that I saw that were just like cool people in the community, etc. So I was very lucky, but I understand not everyone's as lucky as that. And so if there's any little part of me that could do anything on here that someone's like, hey, that's cool, getting a family, being a good father, getting a good husband, doing things to help around the community is a good thing. Going to church is a good thing. Then I'm all for it. And I'm humbled. And thank you so much for saying the kind words.
Well, absolutely, sir. I definitely didn't mean to come off a little trolly, but
no.
I meant every word I said. I'm really glad to have found you and Andrew. Big fan of you guys, and I'm going to let you get on the other calls, but I'm just saying I'm a big fan, man.
Thank you, Jared. I appreciate it, man. Call back in. We do call-in show every week, it's going to be switching up at some point, but for now, it's every weekday, noon Eastern time till 2:30. So,
yes, sir. You have a good Sunday, sir.
Thank you, Jared. I appreciate it. I don't know. He was too nice, right? He was so nice. I was like, oh my goodness. I was waiting for him to be like, oh, I look up to you being a shithead. And I was going to be like, you got me. I don't mind the trolls, by the way. If you're calling in to troll, that's perfectly reasonable. Please don't violate TOS, though. That's the only thing I ask. But you could be like, you're a fat fuck, blah, blah, blah. I'll be like, yeah. True. Is that even really trolling, by the way? I don't know. That's just sort of true. All right, King Jaffe Joe, what's happening, my friend?
What's going on, Rob? How are you doing this Sunday?
Doing good. Good to hear from you again. How's it going?
Oh, it's going great. I'm gonna make it brief and quick. That Dusty guy is totally disingenuous. I watched your clip when you asked this guy 5 times, "Hey, did you misquote me?" "No, I didn't misquote you." And he's like, "Well, yeah, I did." When I say I laughed for about a minute straight, the whole clip, I'm like, and then he comes on the panel and says, "No, that's AI." Why are you lying, man? We all saw the clip, man. Come on, why are you lying? I don't understand.
Yeah, and it's shitty because it's like, I don't mind people that vehemently disagree with me, but the unique combination of, I hate when people just fucking blatantly lie about it. It's like, what's the point? Like, if I said to you right now, I'm like, hey, King Jaffe Joe, I think you're the dumbest person I ever met. And then we debate for 2 minutes, and you're like, yeah, I don't understand how that qualifies. Where have you given any proof of something dumb I've said, that I'm the dumbest person you ever met? And I'm like, I never said that. And you're like, yeah, you just said that 2 minutes ago. And I'm like, no, what are you talking about? I've never said that. Huh? Like, that shit annoys the crap out of me, because it's like, at this point, what's the point of a conversation? What's the point of ever talking to you again? Now, everyone could slip up and say, oh shit, did I say that? Oh, okay. Well, all right, I didn't mean that, but no. And like with Dusty, where he like calls in, back to my show after Sarah's panel, and it's like, yeah, I made a bunch of shit up because I didn't like something you said, so I made a bunch of shit up. And it's like, what's the point? And then
what's the debate at that point?
Why even talk to you?
Yeah.
Now, if it's someone that wants to be like, hey, you're a fat fuck, what do you think of that? There's still not a lot of point to that, but at least you can have a linear conversation.
Yeah, like
you're right, I am a fat fuck. Now what, But
Yeah,
if it's just
exactly.
like, I never said that, or when you bring the receipts, that's just AI, it's like, then there's no need to talk. If you want to troll and disagree, at least have it be within a linear, capable conversation. So
Yeah, something that resembles facts. And I was watching how you're going over the thing with Sarah, and then and another thing I want to say is Sarah, not the sharpest tool in the shed to, but to go after somebody that's pretty much paying your bills. I was watching Andrew's stream, and I'm like, why would you put your foot in your mouth like that for these people when you see this guy here's putting you onto something? You're saying that you guys had all these events, and she just totally threw it all away for what? The Panelverse? Oof.
Well, maybe to her, I guess I'll say this, maybe to her credit, she didn't know that, she knows I'm an employee of the Crucible, and I think she knows that there's stuff behind the scenes that I was working on, etc. But I don't know. I don't fucking know. I think for me, what it was that, maybe some of it was, well, I have to walk on eggshells around Andrew because I know he brings so much to my audience, but Rob doesn't, so I could take it out more on Rob. I think that what it was when she, way back when I debated this RTP guy, she needs left-wing debaters. And when RTP cries like a little baby when he brings my family up, and I just merely made the point, are you married? Oh, but I sleep with a bunch of women. Great. Do you have kids? Yeah. Well, then you shouldn't be bragging about sleeping with women. You should get a wife. Once he got blown out in that debate, which he knew he did, he made a fucking excuse. I ain't coming back here because he mentioned my kids. So she's afraid she's going to lose a left-wing debater and reached out to me. And I think she was probably a little shocked that I was like, no, I apologize for nothing. And I think that maybe got under her craw a little and was like, wow, who's this guy think he is? Well, I'm telling you who I think I am. And then when I claim on with the Connor shit, and it's like, I'm not going to be treated like a sack of shit that just gets chalked over. I'll still wish Sarah well, from that perspective at that point. But I get it. Okay, the rules are the panelist, he gets more leeway. Great. Then the next time I'm the panelist and she's got her little clique with Dusty and them. And so, we're going to let him just fucking, run roughshod and blah, 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 blah. Okay. And that's that. If she wouldn't have went on to the panel when they were blatantly trolling me, trying to fuck up my channel, I wouldn't have had shit all to say about it. But she did, and she talked about, the awesome power of the pig.
I think he doesn't know the power of the Panelverse.
Oh shit! Not the Panelverse! Oh no! Not the fucking Panelverse! Beware the Panelverse! He doesn't run afoul of the Panelverse! Who could know the great Sarah Tomato? the power she wields, the power of the panelverse.
It's just so misguided, right? Is it? And the thing is, when you bring someone on a panel like that and you're not moderating, it's not a debate. It's more like a humiliation ritual, right? And I noticed something about these people on the left. They're very smug when they're doing it. That guy, Radical Coder, he's just entirely smug. And I think it's the whole Destiny thing where they just try to barrage you with a bunch of whatever they're talking about so you don't get a word in. So, one thing I will say though is a slight, I wouldn't even say it's a criticism, but I would have liked to see you just blow them out.
Yeah, I know. I thought well, here's the thing. I fucked myself up into a corner, right? Because normally what happens is I'll say, like, look, if you're gonna keep interrupting, I'll be quiet until you can stop interrupting, then I'll make my point. And I would expect something like this to be the answer, like, geez, you could crying or something. I'd be like, we good? Okay. Then I would make the point. But when he immediately, which kudos to Ryan, it's actually a good comeback, like, fine, great, stay quiet. That's more for me to say. So then I'm like, well, what am I supposed to do? Let this guy talk for another 3 minutes and then be like, anyways, I was saying, and he's going to just interrupt me again because he's like, oh, that worked once. So then I was like, it'd be funny. Why don't I just give him what he wants? I don't need these people. I don't need them. And I still feel bad for Trippy that hosted it. And I'd happily talk to Trippy. And I did feel bad for Toasted until he was being a little, if Toasted's point would have been like, fuck you, man, you ruined that panel for me. I think you're a bitch. I would have been like, I'm willing to hear it. But to be like, I'm just asking questions. I'm just asking questions and blah, blah, blah. I'm not taking sides. And then to find out that he's talking shit on me on another or in another Discord at the same time. Okay, that guy gets my ass.
Incredible.
But when it comes to Trippy, I still feel bad. I don't have his contact info. So if anyone knows Trippy's contact info, just DM me and I will reach out to him and say, I would like to try to make it right, whether it be do a show with you. For those that just saw the drama, Trippy, although he was hosting, was not moderating. Now, I know Trippy went on Dusty's panel afterwards and bitched about it. I'd be a little pissed too, I guess, if I was setting up a panel and I don't know the backstory and all of a sudden this one dude's like, okay, you want me to be quiet? I'll be quiet for 2 hours. So, but that's on him. If he doesn't want to talk to me, that's fine.
It's interesting because the minute you left, the panel pretty much died and they were just sitting there high-fiving each other and smelling their own farts.
Yeah, I mean, it's
like, come on.
Even that dude, that moderate man that called in here there, he did. It is funny. The little struggle session they had, right, where they're fucking admitting like, oh yeah, we did a good job. This dude's like, we did a really poor job of trolling. We did a poor job. And Dusty's like, we did great. We're all hilarious. It's like, dude, you guys failed trolling. That's really bad. It's really easy to troll well, especially when there's a group of like 4 of you. I've seen it happen with like the TikTok invasions. One of my favorite trolls ever was this guy that was like, he was like, you tell me who you voted for, and it was, don't ask me what the question means. And so it was just 30 people in a row was like, what does the question mean on the prompt? And he's just like, it's like, that's a funny troll. It's like they could have did something like that.
Absolutely.
But hey, I gotta let you go, King Jeffy. No, not for
I get it.
Anything. I just got a lot of people, and I do have some Sunday dinner plans. My wife made chili, so I'm very excited to get.
I'll be expecting my plate next stream. Thank you, sir.
You got her, man. Take it easy, King Jeffy. So I got to be a little quicker here, but super chats. Where were we? Our good MN Conservative. I don't know if I read. I think I did, but $20 says not one step back. Thank you. Really appreciate it, man. Wicked Wally, $5 says, Norman and the Masters of the Panelverse. We have the panel. What's that make me? Skeletor? I don't know. Airborne Animal, thanks so much, $5 says, leftists have to lie because they're inherently dishonest people defending bad ideas. None of them actually debate honestly, otherwise they'd lose. And Dano, $2 says, I survived the Panelverse of 2025. Their power's over 9,000. Yeah, Skeletor maybe not the best villain for me. All right, we got Zach, then Snafu, then Mr. Bill, then Josie, and then Spiro then Spiro. All right, look at this guy, not quite cammed up. Something shady here. What's up, Zach?
I'm wicked shady, man. As always.
Yeah.
As always.
Hiding
just here to troll you. Just here to troll you, of course.
What's happening, my man?
Well, same old, same old. Yeah, I didn't catch Andrew's stream, but I caught your video of your stream.
Yeah.
It's pretty ridiculous. My take on it is it's kind of maybe similar to whoever leaked the text messages from those young Republicans.
Right.
Maybe she saw, okay, Rob is, Andrew's boy. And, maybe if I use these people to subvert him, I can possibly take his place or, kind of knock him down a peg or two.
That could be. I'm not looking into it that far. I just literally think my gut feeling is what happened is that she looked at me just like someone that's lower tier than some other people. And now here's what I mean by this. I didn't expect her to think, oh, Rob's above other people. That's fine. I just wanted equal treatment. But I think she expected me to be like, hey, I'm asking you to give this dude an apology. I think she fully expected me to be like, oh, I'm so sorry. And I was like, no, I'm good. And I think she's like, what? And I was like, yeah, no. And she's like, I don't want to lose a debater. I'm like, well, you have me. And then she's like, oh, no, I didn't say that. And I'm like, oh, okay, fine. And then we didn't interact for a while. I assumed it was intentional. She hadn't asked me to do any panels or anything like that for quite some time after that. And then, I called in on Connors, and I think that the calculation was Connor's a left-winger that maybe could get me to destiny at some point. And I need left-wingers to debate in this because I got a bunch of right-wingers. Because I got Andrew and the people from the Crucible. They'll come on. So what I need's left-wingers. So I'm going to leave Connor run roughshod over Rob. I sort of took it. I complained a little. I was like, I think the moderation sucks. Then the next time I'm on, now it's not that she needs Dusty. It's that Dusty's a regular. Dusty's part of the group. He's part of the panelverse, which, by the way, is absolutely, that's fine. It's fine to have in-group rep. Like, for example, Zach, you call in all the time. If you call in and someone's arguing, I'm probably going to, and who I've never heard from, I'm probably going to default to your side a little more because we've talked a bunch of times. So it's not that I blame that, but when I'm like, okay, fuck it, then I'm done with that. I think this moderation sucked on the open panel, but I wish Sarah well, blah, blah, blah. Then I'm getting talked over again on another panel she has nothing connected to. And she goes on for 3 hours and sits there while they're intentionally sending trolls to me and then gives the cringe power of the panelverse shit. Like, what am I supposed to say after she was DMing me unsolicited advice, treating me like a fucking child? Like she had so much advice to offer me. So at that point I said, I've stands all that I could stands, and I ain't stansing anymore. So fuck you. I'm going to tell you exactly how I think. I didn't call Andrew. I didn't call anyone. The only person that knew that I was going to bring it up on stream was my fucking wife. Because every morning, just to humor me, she'll go, what are you going to talk about today? She ain't really giving shit. And I was like, I'm talking about the power of the panelverse. My wife's like, what the fuck? You're so petty. I was like, thank you. That's it. That was the only person that I informed. So I went on, I talked about it, and then I had a wonderful day where my son had a Halloween party, and me and my wife she's on the PTA, so we had to help decorate beforehand and then tear down afterwards. And Andrew called me because him and Rachel saw the stream and was like, what the fuck? That's it. That's the whole extent of it. And, I don't know, for me, it's just like, the whole spiel where it was like, I wanted to say something when she DM'd me. You're an easy target. That's why they go after you. She said in that last panel I was on with Dusty, she actually said, she's like, the reason that he interrupts you is because you tell him not to interrupt you. Okay, I guess the moderator should do that. And again,
that's her job. Well, here's the thing. I mean, I've only been on her panels a couple times, and she's never really moderated me. She moderated me once, but I've literally seen her interrupt, being like, "Hey guys, come on!" Like, so it's not abnormal for her to be like, okay, you're interrupting too much. Let this person have their point. So there's definitely some malicious intent there where she didn't allow you to, because I watched those streams where you debated Connor, and I watched what happened with the Nova and what's his name
Trippy.
with Trippy. And yeah, they were just interrupting you, not letting you get your point across, because they knew that you were going to school them. That's what they do. But the one thing I just want to say real quick is that she had a real opportunity, like Andrew says, like you say, you want to have conservatives dominate every single sphere on the internet.
Right.
And she could have been that panel person. She was on that track and she fucked it up. But it's not that she just fucked it up for herself. She fucked it up for the conservative movement in general. Now, like I hear all the time in all these panels that I've argued, there's a little bubble where they think what they are saying actually moves the fucking needle. It doesn't in of itself, but as a movement, you would, and that's what you and Andrew see. You need guys like me on the political side of things, and you need you guys on the cultural side of things. And
I try to be an in-between, just to be clear. I have some Pennsylvania politics stuff coming up this week, some important meetings. We're trying to get this damn extension on maintaining Pennsylvania justices, which if you're in PA, get out and vote against this shit, or we're going to have a Democrat Supreme Court. So hopefully Scott Pressler is going to be on this call, and I'm going to try to get Scott to join the channel to kind of do what we can. But yes, your point's well taken.
Yeah, I didn't mean to besmirch what you're doing politically. I'm just saying I do political stuff full time. That's my career. But but it makes it, both are greatly needed, and the left has had a total control over one side, and that's the cultural stuff. And by having the idea that Andrew has, by creating, a sphere of influence on the, on YouTube and all these other platforms, and doing the invasions to get the conservative movement or mindset out there is crucial. And she could have been a integral part of it. Maybe not right now. She's, still kind of a smaller channel, but with that vision, she could have been a much larger channel instead of trying to get, I got Connor and maybe I can get Destiny. Guess what? If you become the biggest conservative channel, Destiny's going to be on there anyway.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I think it probably took her by surprise, but it is what it is. Hey, I got to let you go today, Zach. Yep. I know you'll probably call in later in the week. It's always a pleasure to hear from you, man.
Yeah, likewise. Have a good one, Rob.
Take it easy. To the aptly named Poon Cooter, if you would like to call in, maybe I am an idiot. As long as you're not blatantly violating TOS, the link's up top. You could tell me how Sarah did nothing wrong and I'm a bad person and all of this. That's fine. I'm willing to talk about it. No problem. As far as people were, I don't know. I don't know. I will just say this, yeah, I mean, Zach's absolutely right that the point was, I think Sarah, definitely had an opportunity to do something that I think would have been, was her channel was growing by leaps and bounds. Good for her. That's fine. No problem. Now, leave him call in, RB Not Man. Don't ban him. Leave him call in if he wants. I don't have a problem with it. I don't want to keep going all over it, but the truth is, every day I do a call-in show until I talk about it, it's going to be brought up. So I'm going to do it today, maybe a couple more times this week, and then after that, I'm going to be like, I really don't want to talk about this. And if on my call-in show someone calls in to talk about it, I'm going to say yeah, nothing new on this. I have nothing new to add. You want to talk about what we're talking about today or some story unrelated to this? But I understand this is the first call-in show I've done since this fell out. So, but I don't know what to say. I don't have a problem. So, all right. Next, let me go to the restroom real quick. Hey, we're almost at 200% of our goal. That'd be great. I probably am with you for another 24 minutes, and then I'm going to bow out. So, we got 3 callers left on the line. Snafu, you're next, then Bill, then Spiro. I'm just going to go to the restroom. I'll leave you with the Hassan chair. Don't say anything about Houthi terrorist chair. Come on now. Don't move from that spot. I'll shock the shit out of you. One other thing I wanted to say, I saw someone message me and they said something to this effect. Well, Rob, Andrew will fuck you over in the future. He'll fuck you over, and then what? And then how would you feel? Well, he's not going to fuck me over, right? He's not. But he'll fuck you over, and then it's going to affect your channel. Let's say that would hypothetically be true. It's not, because me and Andrew are very good friends. But let's say hypothetically that it happened. Here's the deal. That would hurt me more because I lost a friend than I lost a channel. You understand? So the idea, if there's some implication like, oh, Rob's bound by, his financial situation's tied to Andrew, I can't stress this enough. I am making more money now than I ever have. And it's 99.99% because of Andrew Wilson. Because he gave me the courage needed to leave my previous job and to stream full time. And he pays me as a member of the Crucible. That's absolutely true. But anybody that knows me in real life would know this. I'm not someone who's ever needed to make a bunch of money. My mom used to joke all the time. She's like, of everyone I've ever known, you're the only person that I know that would be happy eating ramen noodles every day, living on a couch. Now, it's different. I have a wife. I have a kid. And providing for them is the most important thing. But my wife's not greedy. We'll live here the rest of my life. That's fine. If I have to go back to my home healthcare job, I'll go. It'll suck. I like doing this way more. But that's the way it is. And if I have to work 80 hours a week, so be it. And if I have to work 100 hours a week, that's okay too. That's okay. That's not my deal. My deal isn't like, oh, well, Rob's, he's in it. Like Sarah said, I finally feel free. People told me earlier in the show, that's what she was saying. I'm unencumbered. Yeah, I won't feel like that. I'll feel terrible because I lost a friend. That's how I would feel. And I would be like, yeah, it sucks. I'm going to lose a bunch of money and support. And it's not because Andrew did anything nefarious, by the way. It's because Andrew built a fucking huge show and a huge audience that's an incredibly dedicated community. And they'll choose who to watch and who to support. And yes, if me and Andrew have a big falling out, I have no doubt more Crucible supporters would side with Andrew than me, and that's perfectly reasonable. There's no problem with that. But that's the idea that, like, I would be like, oh, Rob's just nervous. The clip someone sent me from Sarah was saying things like, I always knew it was a matter of time before Andrew would do something like this. Like, What? Then why work with someone like that? I don't know. It's a matter of time. Andrew is definitely my best friend in this space. Like I said, if Andrew loses his channel tomorrow, right? And then YouTube contacts me and says, you either publicly disavow Andrew or you lose your channel. Guess what, motherfucker? My channel's done. That's it. I'll say, that sucks. And I'll still hang out with Andrew. Granted, it's a limited amount of time because we live so far apart from each other, but that's it. So I don't know what to say on that. Anyway, Snafu, you ready, man? What's happening, my friend? How you doing?
What's going on, brother?
So, it's a good day.
Man, look. I'm just gonna. They call me one of the biggest trolls out here, but I'm not. Really, I get what privately owned, government operated is. Pogo. These panels, this digital experience, the DEX, what we use is Facebook, Twitter, YouTube. It's so deeper and tied with conservative, non-conservative, B-system agendas, so much more. Andrew's a player in the game that's made his mark. That's all I'll say about him. But I have nothing back. But I do know Tomato, Sarah, Flow State, the guy Landry that just showed up on your channel. When you do deep dives on these fuckers, man, old Taylor, Flow State, think about it. Ex-Proud Boy, felon, meth head, all this other stuff. But me and him had issues because he was defending predators online to build his clout and build his channel. So that just shows you what they're about. Sarah, she started a newbie too. They were involved in, ask them about the fraud of promoting someone who faked the illness being in the ER, that they got their audience and themselves a lot of money. And then their way of trying to fix it was the greed of, we'll just get you guys to give us your info and then we'll send you the money back. And that's not what a real person would do. I would think professionals like Andrew, Owen Schroyer, Alex Jones, people I know in the field doing what they do, they would probably, if some bullshit like that happened, they would match what the fraud was, which both Sarah and Taylor admitted they were involved in, whether they say they weren't or weren't. But if you look into these characters and I see the attack, and really what it is the greed of them in this digital experience trying for the clout. The modern lost guy, he tried hiding that. Go look up who David Poley is. That's his daddy. National news. Little child, autistic, got hit and run. Dad left the scene. This guy was showing racist optics. We see, I'm part of what's called the truth, and just real whistleblowers, real journalists, real fishers of men. We monitor the DEX as regular citizens. Many of us are conservative. Some may be left. Who cares? We the peep. And I got to say, watching what happened with you and the people involved with what happened with you and knowing where Andrew's status is, you just got a bunch of greedy fucks that have some very dirty optics in the DEX who are trying to clout ride on the situation you're in right now. So when you say, hey, man, I'm doing what I'm doing, and see, like I said, Pogos come in all shapes and forms, good guy, bad guy, privately owned, government operated, get the message out there. But I'm we the peep type shit. And I see how they fuck with you, the panel verse, but just remember these scumbags, they have a lot of scumbag history to them, a lot of optics if you were to really deep dive in it. And maybe you guys, it would be better off as business knowing that this is caught early versus down the road. Because you really look into who some of these people are, and they'll never achieve, whether it's good pogo, bad pogo. And I'm not gonna say on Andrew's behalf, but like I said, we have people who are standing up for what's going on in this country right now. 86 million bank accounts froze in Vietnam for the digital ID, and we know that the DEX, as I say, digital experience, they're pushing a lot of censorship, journalism. Whistleblowers, Snowden, let's just be real, unleashed some of the biggest travesties, tyrannical optics in the world. And instead,
I don't disagree. I don't disagree.
Yeah.
Snafu, I'd love to talk to you about some of these like government whistleblowers and stuff like that.
Look into Sarah and Flo and the scumbag optics they've been online, and you and Andrew will be like, maybe
so.
it's a good thing, you know, like you know what I'm saying? Because I know, and then I know the frauds, the scams, and the predators they've all supported, and what they're involved in, and what we've watched them do. So same as the audience. And then I see what they're doing, and they're all clout riding you, dude.
Well,
That's
hey,
all I gotta say.
Hey, I appreciate it. Thanks. I know you waited a long time in the back. I do appreciate it. But no, I will say this. I'll let you go and then I'll say this. Thank you so much, man. I don't know about any of the specifically Sarah Flo State and the accusation. That I don't know. People are free to make accusations. I have no reason to believe any of the things that he was saying about them. However, what I will say is I don't look into anyone that I'm interacting with, so I don't know. And it is, I guess, smart to, if you're getting into a business relationship with someone, to maybe do a little background just to make sure people are on the up and up and things of that. So I'm not saying he is saying things that are correct or incorrect about the people he's mentioning. I don't know. For me, I think that it is more of a in the moment, you know, I sort of explained what I thought the motivations were, there. So I don't know. And in fairness, without having done any research myself, which I will never care to do, I can't speak to the veracity of those claims. And certainly they're not here to defend themselves. So, it is what it is. But I do thank for the call in. So a couple super chats, and we'll get to our good friend, Mr. Bill, who's I'm running afoul of the panelverse. Mr. Bill, I have it on good authority that there's some Antifa people that are close to him. So you gotta be careful there, Mr. Bill. Cherry Blue, thanks so much. $5 says Crucible here, not one step back. Love your show and the extravaganza whenever you or Andrew are there with Jake. Thank you. Yes, the extravaganza is a lot of fun. I think I might get an opportunity to do some extravaganzas this week. Project VO Pod, great to hear from you, my friend. $5 says Rob's wife. What are you going to talk about, Rob? I'm going to talk about the power of the Panelverse. Then I turned Super Saiyan. Yes, she knows. She's way over the power of the panel. Not because she don't know shit about it. She just knows she's heard me joking about it for a day or so. And it's like, wait. AJC, great to hear from you again. $5 says, good point, Chair. We need whip songs for the newbies. Maybe to close out the show, we'll do a whip song. Our friend Blake, what's up? $20 says, can you show me how you shot color your chair? Mine's always moving an inch. We only allow half an inch of movement here, and then the collar gets them. Felix, $10 says, Rob, they troll you because they're not good enough to go head to head. I know that's what a lot of it is. And then look at this absolute legend. Shoreline Skirt, $100 says, for the tech fund. Thank you guys so much. Unbelievable generosity today. All right, let's get to our friend Mr. Bill here. Mr. Bill, are you staying safe there?
Yeah. The troll Bill Tifa, he went back to Portland for today or whatever. He didn't want to mess with things last night, so he's going there tonight.
He's exhausted from all the No King's Day activities.
He got a little bit too much dust in his lungs last night too.
So what's up? How you doing today, Bill?
Doing pretty good. I like Trippy Cass, a good guy, and the Nova Star person seems like a nice lady too. But I'm always big on how a debate should start and everything, sort of having rules and sort of a set kind of thing before it's going. And so, stay with me when it's the hypothetical. Let's say EOD set up a debate and everything and asked you to host it and asked, are we not men to be the moderator? And are we not men doesn't cam up or anything like that, right? And he wanted Stephen Miller to be your partner against Crockett and Destiny, okay? Knowing these people are bitter rivals and everything, you should know this. Trippy should know that you and the other people are not exactly buddy, and then you would set up and say, are we not men, or somebody who's never had experience moderating and everything. Why would should what I'm saying is, should Trippy Cast apologize to you first?
No. I understand your point. So the argument, let's see if I can steelman it, is if he knew that there was going to be some contention, wouldn't you have an experienced moderator as opposed to someone like Nova? I don't disagree that maybe that should have been, but there's equal criticism to be had. Well, then why did I agree to take a debate? So all of that criticism could go around. Look, I saw people saying in the chat, Trippy was talking shit on me. That's okay. He has the right to. I think that I did what was funny and right by myself. People may disagree. That being like, oh, you're telling me to stay silent so you can talk? Fine, I'll stay silent for the next 2 hours. And Andrew hit the nail on the head, right? The reason I'm doing that's to show these fuckers, fuck you, I don't need you. I don't mean Trippy, I mean Ryan and Dusty, the two people I'm debating. If you're going to be an asshole and you're going to just spurg out and then brag about, oh yeah, you be quiet so we can talk, then fine, talk. Now, how'd you guys enjoy yourself? How'd your audience enjoy that, motherfuckers? Because I don't need to talk to you people. You need to talk to me. Or rather, you don't need to talk to me, and then that's fine. We'll all go our separate ways. But from the perspective of Trippy, that sucks. That sucks. And I get that. So if Trippy's out there like, fuck him, I didn't think the interruptions were that bad, and Rob's a little bitch, I'd be like, that's fair. I disagree, but I understand that perspective. And I'd be happy to talk to him about it. So I don't think he owes me an apology at all.
Did they explain to you guys what he meant by the blood sport or whatever? Usually you have kind of a formulation about how he expects things to go. Did you just say it's a blood sport panel? Have at it, or did
Toasty set it up? And Toasty was basically like, I mean, I don't know what to say. I'm not.
Everybody has their own definition of blood sport panels, is my opinion. Like,
I mean, this. I don't know how to say this. I'm trying not to be a dick here, right? Yeah. Toasty. Let's see. On October 8th, was like, would you ever do a debate team up with Trippy Cast against Ryan and Dusty? Just curious. I said, sure, I would on the right platform. And then I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 lines on different posts about this. Like, and finally it comes to like, what should the prompt be? I said, second's fine. I don't want to do it on Sarah's channel. Then it was a couple lines. What's up with that? And then it was just like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 lines. And I'm just like, yeah, man, didn't see this, sure, whatever. And then it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 lines. And then a little line for me, like, and then it's so like, and he's sending me shit like, oh, I'm calling out Dusty. Why won't Dusty fucking answer? And I'm like, Dusty, this is once in a lifetime. And like, basically I'm half reading this shit. But my interpretation, this is how I was interpreting it. Look, here's the deal. The topic doesn't really matter. It's just an excuse to get you four in there and then let the fucking shit hit the fan, right? And if Dusty wants to be like, I think you fucking lied about saying, this, then so be it. And if Ryan wants to say, Trippy, you fucking suck, because I barely knew Trippy. So I didn't know if these two had history with Trippy, but I didn't get a reading from any of that meant just spurg out and interrupt. That's not the reading I got. The reading I got was the topic might not really matter, and the moderator's going to allow like personal attacks and shit like that. That was my impression. But I'm telling you, the reason I bring up all the lines and shit's because I'm only sort of half paying attention because, I mean, I'm not saying this, maybe it's a flaw on my part, but I'm just like, I get these messages all the time. Will you debate so-and-so? Sure. And then 90% of the time it doesn't come through. I'll set it up. I'll get everything taken care of, and then I never hear anything. Or I'll hear something 2 months. Don't worry, I'm still working on that. Okay. Right? Yeah. Someone that was a fan of mine was like, would you debate these two people? Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, how about this? And how about this? And how about this? And how about this? Yeah, that all sounds good. Oh, and this? And this? And this? And this? And this? Sure, man. Oh, blah, 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 blah. And so for me, it was just like, okay. Like, I just assumed that the vibe from this was going to be like, they're going to call you a fat fucking liar, and you're going to tell them they're, pimples on your ass that don't mean anything, and away we go. Fine, great. But I didn't know that meant, oh, there's like zero moderation. To which I say, if that's the argument, which Toasty was trying to make to me, which is like, this is fucking no rules. Okay, then where in the no rules does it mean I can't be like, okay, then fuck you, I'm done talking.
Exactly. That's
great.
What I was thinking.
Then that's, and like, it's like, well, that's a tactic that didn't pan out, didn't it? I mean, it depends on how meta you want to get with this, but I don't know. I guess at the end of the day, it seems like I did okay for myself, all things considered. So, I mean, I don't know. I just don't know. And then, to the credit, Toasty reached out to me after I was like, you know what, go fuck this. I'm not coming back. I'm just going to put it on mute and give Ryan what he wanted. You can't come back then. You got to commit to the joke, right? So I couldn't come back then until I saw Jake Rattlesnake raid me, right? Now, Jake and me had just done the extravaganza, and we were talking about the ShamWow guy and how he might come on the extravaganza next week. So I was like, oh. So when I saw Toasty say, what if they gave timed rounds? Would you come back? I was like, sure. So I came back and was like, look, clearly Ryan still needs all the time to talk, and there's no arguing against him. But I will read you this ShamWow commercial.
And they did say any topic was open, right?
That's right. Any topic, baby. So Cody says, the joke is you. Thanks so much. Glad you think that way. By the way, all the people that are saying how bad I am and this, that, and that, links at the top. Call in. You got your opportunity. Mr. Bill, thank you so much, man. I'm sorry to rush you along, but I do.
I know. You got to go.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bill. I appreciate it. We'll talk soon. Or maybe I'll talk to his roommate, Bill Tifa. Now's your chance. My name's GL. $2 says LMAO, Blood Sports, aim, Rob versus Ethan Ralph. Oh, shit. Now listen, there will come a day where I'm like, I'm going to do a call-in show, and someone's going to be like, I want to call in and talk about the Sarah Tomato stuff, and I'm going to be like, yeah, dude, that's fucking forever ago. I'm done with it, right? There will come a time, and so if you have something to say, say it. If you want to call in, the link's up there. Now's your chance. You want to keep coming back on over and over again and saying Rob was shit about this, blah, blah, blah. That's perfectly fine. I'm willing to hear your perspective. You may even be right. I'll listen. I don't think so. I've said from the get-go that I don't know when it came to leaving that panel. I think I'm absolutely right to call Sarah out. But when it came to leaving that panel, I think I was in the right. And if you disagree, I'm willing to hear it. And there have been people that I trust who have been longtime viewers of mine and said, no, I don't think you should have did that. And I've heard them out. So, yeah, EOD was in the chat, like with Toasty. I basically said, I probably owe you, man. I'm up to hearing your criticism. Sarah thinks it's my fault for messing with the great panelverse. I agree. All right, Spiro, you about ready? I see. I see. Spiro, by the way, excellent background, but just so you know, someone just joined, and I've seen them hopping in. Their name's AI. Oh, shit. The panelverse is stronger than I thought. Now, they're commanding AI now.
I mean, it doesn't, honestly, you've heard me talk about AI. It takes very low IQ. So it's on them, ultimately. I mean, if they're using AI to troll you, then it just tells you how smooth and ridgeless their brains are. Yes.
So wait, what's your thought? You got some Power Rangers?
Yeah, so the Panelverse is kind of like the Power Rangers, full of gay colors, and when they pull together, they're just a big robotic machine that can't really do anything except just follow an NPC dialogue tree in order to quote unquote troll you. Let me say,
we're more like Voltron, which is respectable. Like that's right. That's the opposite.
That's right. That's right. The only person who has like a maybe a decent color is the one in black here.
Right.
Like that maybe, right? That's iffy though. He's still surrounded by a bunch of other gay colors. So, in general, it's all just right. Okay. So I wanted to say a couple of things. One, first of all, I think I said it in a super chat, maybe on Andrew's. I don't know. I can't remember. But if
just real quick, my wife will appreciate this story. Yeah, a month and a half ago, we were coming back, and I was absolutely convinced this guy that passed me was wearing a blue Power Rangers outfit because he had like Argyle blue diamond sleeves, and all I saw was the sleeve. And this dude's driving like 80, and I'm normally a grandma. I shit you not, I started driving like 95 mile an hour because I'm like, I swear to fucking God, why is this guy wearing a blue Power Ranger outfit? Yeah. So then, of course, we get up, and not only is he not in a blue Power Ranger outfit, but he's not wearing a blue Argyle sweater. I'm just totally mistaken. And my wife's like, are you happy? We just drove like fucking crazy. So, yeah.
What would be like that? There's a term for that. It's racist, but something Power Rangerist. I don't know what it is, but something like that. Okay.
Power Rangerisms, yeah.
Power Rangerism.
Oh, by the way, AI says it's not AI, it's Al. Fair enough. Well, sorry, Al.
Sorry, Albie. You're not smooth brain now, unless you come on, you say something stupid, and then you might be smooth brain. In any case, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Okay, so I want to say two things. If you've ever worked with Andrew or Rob, as I've had the privilege of kind of doing a little bit of like, we haven't really worked that much together, but we've talked and stuff, right? You'll know that these guys are, especially Andrew, he has a persona that's kind of online, not really fake, honestly. Like he kind of does up a few parts of his personality for the entertainment factor. But when you actually work with him off stream, he does nothing but look out for you. Like he's not like some selfish bastard that wants to take everything out of you. You know, he'll make sure that you're taken care of, but he'll also be respectful to you in terms of what he expects from you. He wants, you know, if you're going to work together on something that's business related, he'll do that, right? But he takes care of you. That's how he is. So this whole concept to me is mind blowing, because the last few years that I've kind of worked on and off with Andrew, I think he would be okay with me saying that. I can't say what exactly, but he'd be okay with, you know, he's been nothing but like absolutely amazing and like great and all of that. Works well with me, expects a lot out of me when he asks me, but I'm there all the time. As soon as he calls, I'm there. Why? Because when I need him, he's there.
Right.
Always takes care of you 100%. Couldn't work with a nicer guy. Like there's barely anyone in the industry I would say you could work better with, except maybe you, Rob. Okay.
Well, thank you.
Now
I agree with you 100% about Angelo.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's a complete waste that Sarah like dropped that. Now, having said that, I do want to bring up my last point here, which is these people don't even know how to troll you very well. I am going to go into a troll session now. There's the Pillsbury Doughboy.
Okay.
And I want to be clear that I'm doing this strictly to prove just how low tier these trolls are.
Also, though, you've been chomping at the bit to like give
I have.
I'm just
Yeah. And so, Rob, I'm going to make a few fat jokes.
That's
but
fine.
Okay, these are just jokes, and I'm not really. But chat, don't fucking come at me, okay? I made these jokes. I have a notepad in front of me. I'm happy to screen share it if you don't believe me. I made these up in the last 10 minutes. I'm about to go into troll mode.
Yeah.
So as I go, oh, hang on. Oh, someone's calling me.
Yeah.
Hey. Oh, Sarah. Oh, hey, yeah. No, Sarah. Hang on, let me go on mute here. Yes, Sarah. Yes, Sarah. Yes, I'm on right now. Fucking chill. Sarah, listen. I'm about to do the fat jokes, okay? You gotta shut up for a second and let me do it, all right? Okay. All right. Yeah. I'll call you after. Yeah. You're watching? Okay. Hey. So Rob, you said your wife participates in the PTA, right?
That's correct.
Is she the president of the PTA?
No. She helps out though.
Yeah, you know, that's surprising to me since the PTA actually stands for pounds to accumulate in your case. Listen, I know why you know so much about the J6 insurrection, because you were watching it from a nearby KFC holding a bucket of chicken. You know, the only Russian collusion that I'm aware of is the one where you asked Russia to hack your digital scale so that you wouldn't be as fat. Every morning when you get out of bed, how does it feel to have your fat cells throw an insurrection on you through the amount of hard work you have to do to roll off the bed? You know, I would be really interested to ask your wife what it feels like to have several passports in order to cross the borders on your landmass in order to hug you. The reason you speak really fast and spurg so much, it's the only way that your brain knows you're going to get any amount of exercise. And last but not least, you know why 357 isn't really that much of a stretch goal? Because 357 per day is how much it costs to replace the broken chair after you sit on it once a day. You know, because you're so fat. Okay.
Now listen.
Okay. So that's it. So I'll let you go. I just want to say that is top tier trolling, and I'm a fucking friend.
Well, Sparrow, thank you so much, man. I always appreciate it, you rotten bastard. Here's the thing, right? I could tell that was pre-written, and he didn't come up with it like on spur of the moment because he didn't use the word a lot. He wasn't like, hey, hockey, hey, hey, maple syrup, instead of blood, it's maple syrup in your veins, He couldn't do that, right? The Canadian shit hits too close to Sparrow's the man. Thank you. That's what I'm saying. Like, trolling's, I don't mind the trolling. Just have it be funny. Someone asked if Sparrow has a channel. He does. He's the best person you'll hear talking about the dangers of AI. Look, The trolling's one thing. Spiro's on here fucking the other night in the call-in show basically telling me our entire economy's fucked because of AI. That's some real shit. But what are you talking about? Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, Spiro's crushing it, man. He's a great dude. We're gonna start doing some more regular shows with Spiro, but check out his channel. He's fantastic. Criminally, doesn't get as much reach on YouTube as he deserves. Our friend Wicked Wally, dad joke extraordinaire, $5 says, sending this for my fiance since she said, enough stupid internet people drama. I have real important questions. How's Rob's dog? Very good. My dog had surgery here recently. She's getting her energy back, and now she's getting her appetite back. We're supposed to still be limited and only feeding her soft food, but she'd be like watching you like we had hot dogs yesterday, and she's watching like, because normally she knows I'm going to give her a fucking hot dog, but not this time. So thank you to your fiance for asking. Joseph Newton, 17.8 and falling. Thanks for the membership. I don't know what that's in reference to, but thank you. I'm sure someone will tell me. And then Zidane, $20 says, that was so fucking funny. Take my money already. See, look at that. Spiro's funny, makes fun of me, and I get money for it. So I'm all for it. Captain Phoenix, what is up? How you doing, my friend?
Great. So I actually want to like just really quickly jump in on the on you basically ditching that debate, because I actually brought that up in if you go back to the live stream like 2 days before that, I asked you what would be the conditions for just bailing on a debate.
Yeah.
And you said outright in that conversation, your response directly to that, one of the two options you gave was they're not letting you get even so much as a word in. And there's just you're not participating in the first place. So what's the point of participating in? So at that point you would bail. And that's the argument you made that night when you bailed. Because I have no other way single word to use to describe that.
Sure. Yeah, that, and I mean, that's what I said. I forgot. I remember talking to you. I forgot who it was, but I was like, I literally have people calling into the show and like, what do you do in this circumstance? Because it's becoming such a trend with me, and like, especially with like sort of the last two interactions I had on the panelverse, I guess. So yeah, that's the context that I was going into that. So I'm glad you picked up on that. Yeah.
Yeah, so I just want to let everyone know who's watching, who wants to take the other side of this position. This is Rob's actual standard, and he's held himself to his own standard. But the real two things I wanted to throw out at you as options to discuss are either the DEI debate you had last week, because I wanted to bring up Ricci versus DiStefano, which is an incredible case.
Let's do it. That sounds good. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we'll just go skip right to that. So Ricci versus DiStefano is a case. I'm bringing up the Wikipedia article because it's just quick, and I've read through it a million times, and I'm very familiar with the case because it happened right here in my home state, and I watched it as it unfolded. So the Wikipedia article does a pretty good job of giving, the summary note to the case. And in very brief, the reason I went to this one is because what was demanded of you was a case where we're not talking about the physical differences between men and women, and in fact, in this case, it's not even talking about the differences between men and women. In this case, it was a case where, and we'll scroll through this and I'll try to read this at lightning speed so we don't waste anybody's time here. In very short, the fire department for the city of New Haven, Connecticut, which is a government fire department, has a written test that's the final step toward getting a promotion in their fire department to certain officerships. And that's where you have a significant pay raise when you get to those officerships. And a whole ton of firefighters applied to this rank so they could, get that promotion. And a bunch of them took the written exam, and after the physical exam, and a bunch of them passed the exam, but there were no blacks that applied and passed the exam, and there were some blacks that applied. And what happened was the city of New Haven threw out the results of the exam and made everybody in the entire class totally reapply for the officership, which is a many years long process. So not only did they screw over those people who did pass the test, in addition, the test went through the fire department went through ridiculous lengths to ensure that there wasn't some sort of implicit bias or whatever, some racial bias in the exam. And the Supreme Court in its decision said that like that was a huge consideration. The fact that they went to incredible lengths to make sure there wasn't some sort of bias in the exam, and still they threw out the results. And it wasn't just the white folks, if you will, who were raising the case. There was also a Hispanic here. So this is like the perfect example.
Right.
And on top of that, the last thing on this, the fire department said that they threw these out specifically because of the outcome, not the input, but the outcome.
Sure.
And in the express name of DEI. So like, I would love for you to at some point, like just on your own time, maybe go through this, unless you want to go through it right now.
Well, no, I'll
because
write
it's
it
a
down because I
perfect
do.
demonstration
I was
piece.
supposed to be done at 5, so I will write this down though. And you call in some other day and we'll go through the case. Like, absolutely. Let me ask you this. How did it end up? How did the court case end up?
5-4 was the majority saying that this was straight up discrimination and you couldn't, and the claimants had a case. They sided with the claimants.
So I will say this. This is a completely different scenario, but it brought to mind this, something that happened to me in real life. First house I ever bought was, I don't know, me and my wife bought this house 10 years ago or something. It's a saga and a half, but it was a house that there was a big fixer-upper. I'll just put it that way for now. We were broke. We ended up paying roughly $6,500 for this house, but it was going to require tens of thousands of dollars to like get this house sort of live-in ready. Now, we were living in it, and you're like, how's that case? Well, because we were basically going to my mom's to shower every day, and the kitchen worked, the living room worked. That was about it. Every other room needed fixed. So we like would live there like some days through the week, and then other than that, we were staying at my parents', well, mostly her parents. Anyways, here's the point, right? At one point, we were transitioning in this town, not just us, but every house, from septic tanks to public sewage. And that was going to require money. And you were required to pay for the digging in order to tap into the public sewage line. Now, my neighbors across the street, they had to go 5 feet. We had to go about 160 feet because it was at the bottom of our yard. And a straight line would have meant it had to go like directly through our garage. So it was a big pain in the ass because we're going to have to not only dig in a crazy way, but we're going to have to like go through the driveway and all this shit. We estimated that it would probably be close to between $4,000 and $6,000. Now that's how much we paid for the house, $6,000. So where the hell am I going to come up with $6,000? Well, there was a government grant available. And if you were under a certain income threshold, you could get money from this grant and they would pay someone. And here's the dirty little secret about the town that I was living in. About 90% of the people were going to qualify for this grant because everybody's broke. And so now it's like mostly older people. They're on a fixed income and it's like, hey, guess what? You got to come up with $5,000 to dig. Well, there's this government grant you could apply for. So we applied and we received the grant. And they did bids. The town did bids, and this company won the bid, and they were the ones that were going to take this government stipend to dig these, lines, to put these lines in. So, okay, great, right? Everything's good. They set up the date. They give us, like, the information. Here's what we'll need, blah, 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 blah. At the last minute, it falls through. Want to know why it fell through? Because no company applied for the bid that was owned by a person of color.
Jeez.
It had to either be owned by a woman or a person of color. Now, there was no company that would do this digging probably within a fucking 50-mile radius that was owned by a woman or a person of color. At all. They weren't there. It's a little fucking town of 200 people of basically white people. And you're like, nope, you're going to have to outsource this shit. You got to make sure that some company in Pittsburgh that's owned by a person of color gets to apply for the bid. And so I'll be damned if it didn't fall through. And now all these people are holding the bag. Where are we going to come up for this money? It was a fucking mess. An absolute mess. Now, we ended up selling the house and got out of it before it ever came to resolution. But there were people there. And I'm telling you, these are people most of these people are like retired. They're 70 years old. And they don't have any money. And they're just sitting there totally fucking like dumbfounded. Like, what do we do now? All because of this DEI bullshit. Now, this is different than the debate. What you're talking about here is hiring practices, which is different, but it's in that same vein where it's like, yes, and this person nails it, Captain Planet. It's like a buddy had his construction company under his wife's name because of this. I was shocked when I looked into it, how much this happens. It happens all the time, you know?
Oh, so for the record, by the way, it's worse than that, because I actually have run into shell companies where the only people on there are just a non-functioning board of minorities, where the only thing that this shell company exists to do is to get those types of grants.
Yes, these grants and shit. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. And why? Now, maybe you could make an argument, I still say no, that if you're talking about doing some sort of government contract in a minority populated neighborhood, right? 80% of the people here are black, right? And there's a bunch of black-owned businesses around here. Why shouldn't they get crack at this government contract? Okay, I still don't think that you should use race to factor in it, but fine. At least that's an argument. But some fucking white town in the middle of nowhere? What the fuck's the... And, like, you could just see everybody knows the game, the system. Everybody knows. It's like, oh... So if I own a construction company, I'm just going to put it in my wife's name. Or, you know, Larry that works for us, who's a black dude, you know, we're just going to put him on as like partial owner so we can say, see, you know, or whatever it is. It's just a load of shit. And everybody gets it, you know. So, but no, this is a great case to go through. And yeah, call in some other day this week. I'd be happy to go through it with you, man.
Yeah. And the last thing, this is going to be really brief. Remember when we talked about how I told you the thing that defines the spirit of the left was actually just... the conclusion is the axiom.
Yeah.
This is their ad hoc hypothesis for, in this case, oh, well, you can't afford that, so we'll just have a grant. That's number one. And number two, when you challenge them, every time that they did the playing stupid response, that was actually them experiencing their own cognitive dissonance. And they knew exactly what you were talking about. But like their brain had to process a way to get to, okay, he brings up this obvious point that debunks the claim in the first place, the moral claim that you guys had to immediately pivot to because they conceded the prompt immediately. Yeah, so that is them saying, all right, well, we still have to be able to say DEI is good because, again, the conclusion is the axiom. So what do you mean? Like, why are you asking this question that immediately debunks the conclusion? So we have to basically think of a way to get there, ad hoc
Correct.
To that process. So
totally
I just
agree.
To throw that back out there.
Well, hey, Captain Phoenix, a pleasure. Hopefully I get to talk to you later in the week. I'd be happy to go through this more. But yeah, always a pleasure, man. Thanks so much.
You got it, C-Rob.
What he's talking about is I did a debate with Alex Stein on Modern Day Debate in the top. We actually got our opponents to concede to the prompt in the opening statement, which is pretty fucking impressive, I think. So, not too shabby. Now, I'm going to go to the restroom real quick. Last time, we got one caller on the line, Ulix. I promise we'll get to you next. But if... Hassan Chair, make sure you donate to the great Hassan Chair. I'll say this. There's a lot of people out there I see in the chat that are like, Rob's a bitch, Rob's this and that. Call in as long as you're not spurging out and you're not violating TOS. I promise to give you your chance. I really do. I honestly do. I'm not going to cut you off unless you start spurging out and screaming and violate TOS. Other than that, now's your chance. Because I'm not going to fucking go over this for the next 30 days. When you finally get, you know, your nerve about you 30 days from now and you want to call in. I'm not going to keep rehashing it. So call in if you want now. Let's get it over with today. All right. Here we go. Chair. Ulix wants a chair collab. Damn. This chair's crushed me. All right. Here's Ulix now. What's happening, my friend?
What's good, Rob?
Oh, it's a Sunday. I'm doing all right, man. Probably going to take the night shift off today. It's going to be day shift only. We've done pretty good here. And I got some chili waiting for me downstairs, so I'm having a good one.
Oh, shit.
Yep. So
Okay,
what's
well,
happening?
here we go. Saying I'm talking some bullshit, huh?
Oh, wow.
What's the
Battery
fucking
warehouse.
difference? What can we... Oh, is this Everstart? I don't know. Is it Duralast? Who knows?
Now, listen, Ulix was telling us the other day, this was Friday, you were telling us that like you work with batteries and so many of them are literally the same thing and they just put these different grades on them, but they're basically the same product. It's the warranty that.
Yeah, on Everstart, it literally says 2-year replacement. Like for silver and gold, 3-year replacement. That's all. That's the only difference.
That's crazy.
So if you need to not spend the money, don't spend the money.
Listen, I am going to. I told you about my car, the alternator, right? So I got a testing thing. My father-in-law sent it back with me. He thinks it's my battery. So I'm probably going to be into, and I was like, but I just got this battery. He's like, doesn't fucking matter. He's like, I got it. His car, he's like, if you remember like 7 months ago, he's like, got a battery. It didn't last 3 fucking weeks. It was just a shit battery that he got. So they went and the warranty covered it. But he's like, that doesn't mean it can't be your battery, you know, just because it's only been like 2 or 3 months. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to try to test it, see if it's the battery. And then if it's not, we'll work on the alternator. So.
There is something else you can try. So on these batteries, they come with these little vent caps.
Mm-hmm.
You can take them off, and if you fill it up with distilled water, it gives more surface area for the lead plates to make contact with the acid.
Yeah, so maybe
for some climates, the acid evaporates too quickly and the battery goes bad.
Sorry, never take. No, that's definitely, and I do have a volt tester now. Alternator. There, is that better? What did I say? Alternator? Fuck you. I'm from Pittsburgh, you pieces of shit. This is how we talk. You know? It reminds me of the, did you ever see the Sam Adams beer from the Chappelle Show? Bill Burr's drinking the beer and he's like, Sam Adams, motherfucker. He's like, why are you yelling at me? This is how I talk. Sorry, I have a Yinzer accent. But I will check it out, Ulix, and I will keep you posted, my friend. Is what's going on, but I appreciate you bringing the receipts with the batteries there. So
yeah, I still got a free 3060 RTX 3060 if you want it.
I'll talk to the wife. But all right, man. Well, hey, thank you as always. We'll listen to some more. We'll do some more singing here once I practice. What's it called again? Carol.
Cargira.
Cargira.
So yeah, Caraway. Yeah.
Caraway.
Whatever you said is right. Yeah.
Thank you. We'll talk soon, Ulix. Take it easy.
Yeah, you too.
All right, 2 more calls real quick. Zombie, what's happening, my friend? How you doing?
Hey, not bad. How you doing?
I'm doing great.
All right.
So what's happening?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. What's happening? What's on your mind?
Yeah, I just wanted to call in and give you a compliment. Yeah, you're doing great, man. I really appreciate everything that you've taught me, and yeah.
Well, that means a lot. Thank you so much. You know, it's weird because a lot of times when you're a streamer, like the reason I got into streaming in the first place primarily was because I would talk about politics and stuff, and most people are like, eh. So it's nice to know anytime says like, hey, I get something out of it, and I appreciate what you do. So thank you so much. It means a lot.
Absolutely. Yeah, not one step back.
Thank you, Zombie. I appreciate it, man. I'd stay with you longer, but I know I got some dinner waiting downstairs. Thank you so much, man.
Yeah.
We'll talk soon.
Yeah.
All right. I think that's it. We had someone else. Oh, there's our man, Emmett. Well, we'll talk to Emmett for a minute. Why not? Emmett, what's happening, man?
Yo, how you doing today?
I can't complain. Yeah, I hear you, man. Doing good.
Okay. Yeah, just I wasn't expecting everything that happened. It was interesting.
Pretty fast. Yeah, it was, I guess, boiling up a little behind the scenes, like I said, with messages and shit I got. I mean, even Toasty asked me, was like, is there a problem between you and Sarah? I was like, eh. But, you know, at the end of the day, life goes on. So, you know, what can you do?
Yeah. I was, being honest, I was a little bit critical of you when it happened. And the reason why I was critical is, well, if you're going to go to a debate and you're pretty much not going to engage, I think that's, why did you even accept the debate at that point, right? That was like,
it's fair. It's a fair point. It's something that I think that the big mistake number one was taking the debate. I should have known, given the situation with Dusty that week, though he did call in and sort of apologize. I should have known, like, Though to be fair, it was Ryan, not Dusty. So yes, and I'm open to, even with understanding the fuller context, that some people are going to be like, yeah, but still, it wasn't the worst interruptions of all time. You could have stuck it out. I guess that the comment that Ryan made that was like, well, good, I'm glad you're quiet so I could talk more. I was like, all right, motherfucker. Like, and that's the conclusion I came to. And the problem is, once you come to that conclusion, you can't backtrack, because then you look like a real bitch. So if like 25 minutes later I come back, I'm like, ooh. So it's like, well, in for a penny, in for a pound here. Like, we're plowing it now. But, but I don't mind people being critical. I think that's reasonable.
Well, that was like my criticism. I was like, well, and the other part of it was like, yeah, he's totally his right. If people are going to be just interrupting and there's not going to be any form of formal moderation, yeah, you can just not engage. Why would you? And this has happened a lot of times. In fact, I believe in one of the debates from Andrew did the same thing. He was like, well, I'm going to ask you a question, and since you have so much to talk about, I want to go ahead and let you talk whatever you want, and I'll be quiet, and it's going to be fine. I think it happened in MDD versus an atheist guy whose name is completely irrelevant because they are irrelevant.
Right.
And I've been like going through the different ideas of these, and one of the things that I see a lot of people not understand is that we're not talking about everybody being irrelevant. It's about there's a hierarchy and there's respect that needs to be shown, and there's at the end of the day like certain parts of there's certain people that you should show respect to. So
well, and let me be clear. I'll give you an example. I've said this, and people think that this is like, people would say to me when Destiny blacklisted me, or when Destiny or Vosh didn't want to talk to me, well, they're afraid of you. Well, not really. What it is they know I'm a good debater, and I bring nothing of benefit to them, right? If just me, right, the debater, if I had Andrew Wilson's audience, the exact same debate skills, the exact same prep, they'd say, yeah, we'll debate him, right? Because it's not in their head like I'm absolutely going to lose. It's, well, why prep for something that I know is going to be a hard debate with someone who brings no benefit to me? This dude's got 30 people watching him. Fuck it. Why even bother? Right? No reason. I get nothing. If I win, it's like, great. Right? But why debate someone that's good, and when I could debate a nobody and that has 30 viewers and win? Right? So, and then if they lose, then it looks really bad. Right? So I understand that. There's a hierarchy that I'm not in the top of. Right. And so if you go back and you watch when I'm debating Destiny even says this. You let me interrupt you more. He won't say it now, but he did in the past, because I know, right? I'm like, I want to debate this guy again and again because I'm winning and because I'm getting a lot of eyeballs, and this is good. So if I just went in there and was like, fuck you, motherfucker, blah, 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 you're not going to be able to talk over me, blah, 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 blah. This dude's going to be like, fuck you, you goof. I'm not talking to you again. But these dumb motherfuckers, Destiny is to me to what I am to some of them. And I'm not saying that it's a talent thing. I'm not saying, oh, it's because I'm a better debater. I am, but that's not why I'm saying it. It's because right now I have 400 people watching. That's significant, right? They might only have 20 or 30. This is your chance to look really good. This is your chance to a different audience. Yes, most of the people watching me aren't going to necessarily become subscribers, but you get the point, right? Where it's like, this is good. Eyeballs on me are good if I'm confident, right? And so I never understood the like fucking like, well, we're just going to spurg out over you and treat you like shit. Because even if I go through the debate and they feel like, we made Rob look dumb. If the next time I'm just like, nah, dude, I don't want to interact with you, then what have they gained? I mean, I guess they could say Rob's afraid of me. Okay, dude, whatever. If that's what you want to tell people, I don't give a fuck. So I don't get it. I don't get what the point is. I'm not asking for special treatment. You just ask for a bare minimal of like, and with this situation specifically, again, from the perspective of Nova and Trippy, I think that if you're just looking at it in a vacuum, it's like, well, this isn't the worst interruptions I've ever seen, but I've dealt with it from these goofs for fucking like the last 5 times. And it's like the very last time I interact with Dusty, that was just a week prior, he's blatantly making shit up about me. And he's blatantly saying, nope, I refuse to answer that. He's bragging about talking over me, right? The moderator's then sending me DMs going, you paint yourself to be an easy target with these people. That's why they do it to you. Okay, motherfucker. Then when I go back on and they do it again, well then, instead of taking it seriously, like Sarah said, you take it too seriously, I'll take it the opposite direction. I'll read a fucking ShamWow commercial. How's that for taking it too seriously? And then, of course, they all took it very seriously. So,
Yeah,
but
so
Trippy's
indignant,
not connected
right?
to that, and that's not fair from the perspective of Trippy. I get that. You know, there was the only other time I ever fucked up intentionally a panel was a Dylan Burns panel, and that was when a bunch of fucking trans people kept mass reporting me and got my Discord nuked. So I became trans positive Rob. And the whole panel, everything I said was like, can all the cis white men please be quiet? Please let our trans kings or queens or whatever they want to call themselves speak. And eventually Dylan's like, Rob, if you don't stop this shit, I'm going to have to let you go. And I was like, why? Because I finally came to my senses and realized that the trans people are God's gift to, and then they booted me. And I was like, fair enough. I deserve to be booted. But I felt I was doing what was right by me because these people had been fucking with me for so long. But maybe the right thing would have been to not take the debate. So I don't know. And for that, I'm sure Trippy is pissed. And I understand from my audience perspective, they're like, well, Trippy was talking shit on you. He has the right to. And I would be happy to talk to him about it. Now, if he wants to be like, go fuck yourself, hey, what else can I do? I tried, and I will reach out to him. But I'm not upset that he's talking shit because from his perspective, he ain't connected to Sarah or Dusty or Ryan in the sense that, yeah, he might know them and do panels with them, but that's not on him. So I would talk to him. That's how I feel. And we'll see what we can come to. But he might be super pissed, and that's fine too. I mean, I don't feel real bad. I feel like this bad. But if he wants to make it a big mountain, I'd say, all right, well then, whatever. There's nothing I can do.
Well, the other part of it is we are in a space and we have like an ideological idea of what we want at the end of the day. And I think that's one of the reasons why Andrew was pissed. It's like, well, I'm giving Sarah this kind of space and she has the access to like my contacts and she's been doing all of these kind of debates and things. And we want to be winning and we think we can, not only in the ideas, but also on the way that we're presenting the ideas. But that doesn't mean that we're gonna be allowing to create another lefty space where they get all the benefits of being a bunch of leftists because they already have that. They have Week, they have all the panels on Twitch. You know, we're not even asking most of the time to have that kind of protection from the moderators. If you go to a Week panel and you start talking to, let me put it this way. You remember Soy Peel when he was there? He pretty much was all smug about lying to you.
Yeah.
And what Week do?
He
Week jumped in and was like, no, Rob, play defense for the fucking guy.
That's always that's always been the way. And my conversation for Andrew going back 3+ years was, I'm doing this as a hobby. I work full time. I work 89. So I get home. Oh, I got a panel tonight. Bam. And Andrew's telling me like, dude, you're fucking blacklisted. These people fuck with you. The one Wick panel I did, I'm not bullshit. Like people, you can go. It's on my channel somewhere, right? I did this panel. It was like Brianna Wu, right? And who else was there? It was Brianna Wu and Econo Boy. And it was supposed to be Connor, but he had to back out. And so, and Wick was the moderator, and it was basically me and like 3 people paid by Progressive Victory and 2 other lefties. So it was me versus 5 people. And I fucked them up. And so what happened? Wick jumps in to debate me, the moderator, which is fine. I'm like, fine, I'll fuck you up too. But the problem is, if you're going to be the moderator in debate, well, you got that mute button. And you got like, now I'm not saying he applied it poorly that day, but that's the point. That's what going into their space looks like. All we want's a space where someone we can trust, where it's like, that shit ain't flying. We get our chance to say our piece. Now, if we lose the debate, hey, that's the way it goes. That's on us to win the debate. But we're tired of giving people, our viewers, that are fucking lefties that disagree with us and aren't giving us a fair shake. Fuck them. Right? And was the whole... I used to do this show called The Arena on the Crucible like 2.5, 3 years ago. And it was a panel show. It was a pain in the ass. I'm not the biggest fan of moderating, and I certainly hate production, setting shit up behind the scenes. I hated it, right? But the impetus for that came about, fuck these panels. We want someone that's going to host these panels and host these debates that we know that it's someone we ideologically agree with and someone that is giving us a fair shake. I'm more than happy for it to be Speakeasy or for it to be Grid or for it to be Sarah. I'm cool in the gang. I'm cool with that. But if it's going to be, well, fuck you. It's going to be the lefty safe space, or even not the lefty, but it's going to be our click safe space, and fuck you when you come in. Okay, well then fuck you. I don't have the time of day for it. And I didn't say a word to Andrew. Andrew, for that reason and many others, was like, I'm good. And you know,
that's that's pretty much the way I see it. Like, I understand the perspective, and the perspective. I think I agree even with the perspectives. Like, hey, this is an ideological idea, and we're trying to grow it, and we're looking for a fair shake, and we're done with this kind of bullshit when it comes to protecting people over our crew. Like, at the end of the day, we're gonna if we're gonna be a nepotist, and they're gonna be doing the nepotism towards the left. Why shouldn't we do it? And if we're gonna do it, we're gonna do it right, and we're gonna go ahead and stop pretending that we're not gonna be participating in this kind of stuff.
Yeah, so that I'd see it the same way. But Emmett, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. I'm sorry to rush you along, but my wife's starting to text me like, "You coming down for dinner?" So I'm supposed to be done at 5, so I'm already late. It's a pleasure. We'll talk soon, I'm sure, man.
Day. Yeah, we'll talk soon. Have a good one.
Yep. Bert, real quick, man. How's it going, Bert? What's on your mind?
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Yes. What's happening?
I'm sorry. Oh, never mind. Okay. So I was thinking about your issue with the panel the other day where they kept talking over you. Have you considered giving it right back to them and making the moderator step in? I'm sure you
that's
have.
what I did. So that's what I did when I was on the panel with Connor, right? And so what would happen would be Connor would speak, and then I would speak, and as soon as I'd start speaking, Connor would be like, blah, 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 blah. And after like 2 or 3 times of that, and where nothing's happening, I'm like, okay, well, if you want to do that, then I could talk over you, and I assure you I could be louder and talk longer because I could talk as fast as you. And then the moderator goes, gentlemen, I can't believe how childish. Please. Connor, go ahead. Then Connor goes. And then I listen to Connor. I sit there patiently. Then when I get my chance, I'm like, and he within 3 seconds, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, why do you keep interrupting? Because you're wrong. And I'll interrupt because you're wrong. And then just allows fucking, until I finally start talking over, gentlemen. So in other words, it's like, I guess then the option is, okay, I just intentionally make it a shit show for everyone. But the problem is that looks bad for me in retrospect anyways. Hey, Rob debated some nobody I never heard of, and all he could do was spurg out and yell the whole time. Here, see this clip. That's it. So then it's like I lose there anyways. I win when I get to debate because I'm good, and I also have a cheat code. I'm on the right side of the issue. That makes it easier to win.
I can see that on the panel side, but if you're on a 1v1 or a 2v2 like the other night, I could see the benefit of doing it, right? Because then the moderator is going to step in and eventually they're going to put up a timer or something like that to give you your time to speak.
I suppose. I guess, look, there are other things I could have requested a time. No matter what I did, I was going to get called out by the people that are calling me out. Maybe less of them, but at the end of the day, I guess I was just like, I'm exacerbated by it. It came up. And then once he smugly said, good, be quiet so I could talk more, I was like, I got an idea. I'll give you all the time in the world to talk. And then once you go, it's like, trolling 101, right? Once you commit, you got to commit. You don't backtrack. So it's like, all right, that's the game. And, I don't mind them getting pissed off, the people that got pissed off and whatever. And, fine, so be it. The situation with Sarah was a little different, as I've already explained. But yeah, that's about it.
Yep, I got it. So yeah, I was just thinking back on that. Yeah, there wasn't a lot to do when it's a panel like that. You're kind of at the mercy of the moderator at that point.
Well, Bert, I appreciate it, man. I'd stay longer if I could, but I do got to get running, so.
Not a problem. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I am the worst fucking pronouncer in the world. I have a limited fucking vocabulary, and when I try to use a word like exacerbated or exasperated, I use the wrong one, so. Moron. I'm a moron. Last caller, we got Mo Farmer. What's up, Mo?
Hey, how you doing today?
Doing very good. What's happening?
Oh, I was just going to quickly ask, is your dog doing okay?
Yes.
And then well, good. I'm glad to hear that. And then I wanted to kind of get into a thought about, do you think the right wing's groypers and woke right compared to the left wing's Antifa and whatever groups you want to throw in there, are they just basically both suffering from the same problem of these younger people that the economy's not going good for them. They can't buy a house and what have you. And they're isolating into these groups.
I think that certainly when there are less opportunities and you feel that you're being ostracized, you're more likely to go into some of these groups. I do think that the problem's different, though. Now, granted, I'm biased, but I think, for example, that there are a lot of people that are going into these right-wing spaces because they legitimately, in my opinion, feel that society doesn't give a shit about them. I don't think that's the case for the left. There's at least people that speak up and say lip service for them. But yes, certainly one of the things you'll see is the more disaffected people are, the more likely they are to go that direction.
So do you think this is going to lead to Tim Pool's big call for civil war? Or do you think, where's this going to end up? Because I agree with you. I'm biased myself towards the right wing. But
yeah, well, it depends on what you mean by civil war. Hypothetically, could I see 15, 20 years from now things getting bad enough that a state secedes and their militia attack? I mean, theoretically, I'm not predicting that's what'll happen. I think the Civil War will be more like what you're starting to see already, where you're going to see like local law enforcement like, no, fuck you, we're antithetical to federal law enforcement and we refuse to cooperate with them. And there's going to be sort of standoffs and things of that nature. But the idea of the Civil War, it's like North versus South, I don't see that in the horizon. I think that it's going to be a cultural war, and I think it's going to be more like balkanization and lawfare, and certain states claiming that the federal government doesn't have authority over them, and then vice versa when the other side gets into federal power. So that's basically where I'm at with it.
Yeah, I kind of see Tim's point that it's not going to be a North versus South. It's going to be these little things. What happens if they get into a serious altercation and the National Guard actually has to use weapons to defend themselves or what have you, and somebody gets killed or something on that order, breaking into something more serious where the state governments are going to say, oh, this is just unbearable, blah, blah, blah.
Yep, totally agree. Well, hey, Mo Farmer, thanks so much, man. I really appreciate it. The audience is now giving me shit to go down for dinner, so I gotta go. But it's great talking to you. I do a call-in show almost every week, so we'll talk soon, man.
You have a good night and enjoy your dinner, and glad to hear the dog's doing better.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I really do. All right, that's going to be it for our show tonight. I saw the Al and Fight. I'm so sorry, Fight. I forget your full channel's name, but I saw you were both on the line and kept bumping in and out. I don't know if it's a bad connection or not, but I'm not going to stick around anymore. I'm going to go and enjoy my family. You guys are the best. I really appreciate all the support. Listen, I'll do a call-in show tomorrow at noon. And then from there, every night at 10 p.m., I do a show. I do have at least one guest lined up this week. BX Bullet will be coming on to talk about the 764 cult. That's going to be Tuesday, I think, at 8 p.m. Eastern. Other than that, normal schedule is noon, Monday through Friday, call-in show, all times Eastern. That usually goes till 2:30 p.m. And then 10 p.m. Eastern, the regular show. So we're going to be raiding over to the great son of a bitch, Spiro, who decided to make fun of my weight, etc. AJC, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Really appreciate it. And Captain Planet, $10 to boot Rob for chili. We'll take it. We'll take the chili. So, all right. So it's been a blast. Thank you all so much for all your support. Thank you to everyone who donated. Thank you to all my mods. Thank you to my editor, Black Elk. Thank you to Spiro for helping me out with the tech stuff. Everyone who liked, subscribed, commented, donated money, thank you all. And even thank you, those of you that didn't like call or any of that stuff. Let it not be said that I didn't give an open, one of the dudes that was trolling me, I even let call in today when he changed his name. So tried to give people their fair shake. I'm sure people will still want to talk about it tomorrow. It is what it is. Please, when you go over to Spiro's channel, give him a sub. Subs are free. Listen to him for a while. I'm sure he'll blow your mind with Rob Fat jokes and some AI commentary. He always does fucking fantastic on that. So pick his brain. Tell him to give you an overview of the problems he has with AI, and he'll be there for like 12 hours, and it'll be entertaining as shit. Thank you guys so much. Have a good one. I'll see you all tomorrow around noon. And as always, please, please, please never forget the memory of Charlie Kirk and the left that encouraged and mocked his death and what they would do to you. God bless Charlie and his family.
Only in America is it possible to to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going.
1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God of all.